صدق الله العظيم.
To start the program, I would like to call upon Honorable Brigadier General Ms. Sharito B. Plaza. And also I would like to call upon Honorable Datu Pax and the CEO of the company, Mr. Zubair Mughal. Please do the honors. Well, let me give you a brief description for the lady. She is the Director General and Deputy Minister of the Philippines Economic Zone Authority, Philippines. The Director General Philippines Economic Zone Authority is the perfect example of the beauty and brains. She has degrees to her name from renowned universities, and to mention all of them would take all of the morning. The Plaza is also commissioned officer in the Armed Forces of the Philippines, Reserve Force holding rank Brigadier General from 1989 till 1998. And then from 2012 till 2015, she was Wing Commander for the 3rd Air Ready Reserve Wing Mandino and the 7th Air Force Wing Reserve, respectively. She has both youngest commissioned Lieutenant Colonel and the youngest colonel in the AFP Reserve Force. Plaza was also the first female general in the AFP Reserve Force, the first female general in Philippines Air Force, and the first female general in Mondino. Now we will then the Mr. CEO, who is the chairman and who is the CEO of the AlHuda CIBE, which is Center of Islamic Banking and Economics, working from the last 16 years for the development of the Islamic banking, Takaful, Islamic finance, microfinance, and other areas of the Islamic development authorities. Thank you very much. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. Nabatu Nasalli Rasul Kareem. Amabad Fauz Billah Ibn Shaitan Rajim. Bismillah Rahman Rahim. On behalf of AlHuda Center for Islamic Banking and Economics, I would like to welcome all the honorable guest of honors, chief guest, learned speakers, participants, sponsor, and supporter of this 10th Global Islamic Microfinance Forum. Before to start, I would like to also welcome Honorable Datu Ali S., who will be the incoming governor, Office of the Provincial Governor, Province of Sultan Qatar, to join us at the head table, please. Hopefully he will join us shortly. And I also would like to welcome Dr. Amjad Saqib, who will join us shortly at Zoom. Dr. Amjad Saqib is the founder of AlHuda. AlHuda is the world's largest Islamic microfinance program in the world, who transformed the millions of poor lives in Pakistan into the prosperity. Shortly, he will join us at Zoom. And I also would like to welcome His Excellency Datu Dr. Muhammad Azmi Umar, the President and Chief Executive Officer of INSEEF. INSEEF is the world's largest Islamic finance university, who is providing a brain, a quality human resource to Islamic banking and finance industry all over the world. INSEEF have a different executive programs, degree programs like bachelor, masters, and PhD program for Islamic banking and finance. I would like to welcome as a guest of honor to Dr. Muhammad Umar Azmi as well. Briefly, AlHuda Center for Islamic Banking and Economics working from last 16 years for the development of Islamic finance industry. As you probably know, the total size of Islamic finance industry is about $3 trillion. And we have evidence that Islamic banking and financial institutions are operating in more than 120 countries. And when we are talking about Islamic finance industry, which is about $3 trillion, we can segregate Islamic finance industry into 6-7 components. One of the major component of Islamic finance industry is the Islamic banking. The 70% total assets of Islamic finance belong to the Islamic banking. The second component of Islamic finance, according to the size wise, is the sukuk. Almost 11% of the total Islamic finance asset belong to the sukuk. The third component of Islamic finance is the takaful, which is about 2% of total Islamic finance industry. Then Islamic capital market, Islamic indices, Islamic fund, and the other component. Islamic finance is growing all over the world, not only in the Muslim countries. If we see geographically, yes, Asia is the hub of Islamic finance. If we see in the Southeast Asia, in the Middle East, in the Far East Asia, we will see very good Islamic banking and financial institutions. Similarly, Africa is an emerging continent. You know, there are 54 countries in Africa. You can see a very good Islamic banking, takaful, and other Islamic financial institutions in East Africa, West Africa, North Africa, and South Africa. As per concern about European market, yes, in Europe, we can see a very good development of Islamic finance in Germany, France, Switzerland, UK, Turkey, Albania, and many other countries. In Australia and in America, we also have a very encouraging statistics. So, but today we are going to discuss a unique topic, the Islamic microfinance. That what solution we have with an Islamic banking and finance for poor? What solution we have in Islamic banking for poor? What solution we have in takaful to ensure the livestock at the micro level? What solution we have the crop? What solution we have for micro savings? What solution we have for micro and etc. So we are trying from since long that we can give a good share of Islamic finance at the micro level. Unfortunately, if we see the global statistic of the poverty, according to the World Bank, about 40% of the world poverty is in the Muslim world, while the total Muslim population in the world is 23%. Being the Muslim, poverty in Islamic world is very high. And we believe by utilizing Islamic banking, takaful, Islamic fintech, and many other products, we can address the poverty issue in a very good manner. So today, we will discuss different aspects of Islamic finance, that how we will utilize those products at agriculture level, at livestock level, at micro level, and many other segments. This is basically 3 days program. First we have a forum, and next 2 days we have a technical workshops on Islamic agriculture and Islamic micro and micro takafur. We have a learned speaker today. We have a today's speaker from more than 15 countries who will share their experiences of microfinance. They will share their stories that how they introduce Islamic microfinance product in different countries and how they are utilizing that product for the development of that specific country. We have delegates from different countries. We have one delegate from Gambia, from the Ministry of Agriculture, where Ministry of Agriculture is utilizing Islamic microfinance product for livestock development and for agricultural development. We have participants from Uganda. They will share their experience. We have a delegate from Nepal who are very much interested to utilize Islamic financial product in their country. We have a very good delegate from Ethiopia, where they have already doing Islamic micro and Islamic banking. And then we have some delegate from Switzerland, from UK, from USA, from Tajikistan, and from many other countries. And we will definitely learn from their experiences. So as per the program, we have different sessions. One session for the global development of Islamic microfinance. We have one session for, we included a very good session that how blockchain or cryptocurrency can be utilized for social and economic development. We have a learned scholars from Takaful Coin who will share their experiences to launch a halal cryptocurrency. We have one person from Switzerland, the Zayed coin. They launched their Islamic cryptocurrency with the element for the social and micro level development. We have a very good scholars from Philippines as well, Brother Alim. He will share their experiences. Then we have other scholars. So this is our the detail of the program. The purpose of this event to just introduce Islamic microfinance, a very good product for the economic development, poverty alleviation, and social development. I hope so. We will have a great learning today and next 2 days as well. Thank you very much for your kind time.
We'd like to invite Mr. Dr. Amjad Saqib, who is the founder of AlHuda Pakistan. Dr. Amjad Saqib is the founder of AlHuda Pakistan, development, social entrepreneur, and writing for the civil. He's been a civil servant as well. So we'd like to invite him. He's online with us from Pakistan, and I'll request him to say a few words. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This is Zubair Mughal, CEO, AlHuda CIBE. Very distinguished guest of honors, Honorable Cherry Plaza, Honorable Datu Parks Ali, Professor Dato Mr. Dr. Muhammad Azmi Umar, very old friend, and Mr. Sardar Umar, Chairman, Stockbridge Group UAE. It has been a great pleasure to be part of this wonderful event, the 10th Global Conference. I have been witness to most of these conferences.
We apologize for being delayed because of some technical difficulties. We'll be taking the sound on board soon. Thank you.
Am I audible? Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
So I was just paying my compliments to Mr. Zubair Mughal for regularly organizing all these events, which basically aim to promote Islamic finance and with special focus on Islamic microfinance. I remember the initial days when there were very few supporters, very few people who believed in the concept of Islamic finance and Islamic microfinance and Sharia compliance. But AlHuda, right from the day one, has been partner of AlHuda, and we have been making our efforts to invite our friends, brothers and sisters from across the globe, from Africa, from United States, from Middle East, from Far East, from Malaysia, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan. The objective has been to find a solution of poverty. We all know poverty is pain and poverty is poison. And how unfortunate that despite the enormous wealth which the Muslim countries have, majority of the people on this globe are poor, are Muslims. So this is something which is inspiring us to find a solution. How can we fight poverty? How can we ensure social development? How can we bring the children to schools? How can we give medicine to the poor people? And how can we all ensure financial inclusion? There is no denying the fact that poverty can only be eliminated if we are able to create an inclusive society. A society which believes in political inclusion, social inclusion, economic inclusion, and financial inclusion. But the dilemma over here is that when we talk of financial inclusion, we hardly talk of Sharia compliant financial inclusion. So in this context, this effort by AlHuda needs our appreciation, and all the distinguished guests and the participants who have joined this conference further need our appreciation that they have found faith and belief that they will be able to find a solution which is in consonance with the principles of Sharia. You will be happy to know that 20 years ago, almost 2 decades have passed when AlHuda introduced a different kind of model in the world of microfinance. Sharia compliance is one thing, but we experimented a different kind of product, which is the Qarz Hasan or benevolent loan. We said that if we give $100 to our brother or our sister, after some time we take back $100. We don't take any cost of capital or any amount of money over and above. So we presented this idea that being part of the same ummah, all Muslims are brothers and sisters. So why don't we give this interest-free or benevolent loan to our poor people who are part of us, but who have been excluded from the domain of development and prosperity. So 20 years ago, we gave $100 as a first loan to a lady. And after 20 years, I'm extremely honored and humbled to mention that we have served more than 4 million families. And we have disbursed more than $1 trillion with a phenomenal recovery rate of 99.9%. The model, which was started with a lot of skepticism, is now acknowledged the world over. Oxford, Cambridge, and Harvard, the highest institutions of learning, they are conducting research to truly understand and appreciate the spirit of giving and philanthropy. This is difficult for them to comprehend that if an enterprise can be based on motives of profit, why can't an enterprise be based on the motives of philanthropy, giving and sharing? So AlHuda stands for reciprocity, and it is following the tradition, the glorious tradition of our Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, when he migrated from Mecca to Medina and then established a bond of solidarity between the migrants and the residents of Medina and motivated them to join hands and help each other through financial transactions. So this is very briefly story of AlHuda. I invite all of you, you are the most brilliant minds. You believe in the day of judgment. You believe you will be asked about the question of riba. So I request all of you to further study AlHuda's model of Plaza, support us, guide us, and Mr. Zubair Bol will announce that in February we are holding an international conference in Islamabad to further deliberate on the prospects of Islamic finance, takaful, savings, sukuks, and investments. Let me say that without your august presence, that conference will not be complete. So everybody who is joining this 3 days conference, we invite them from the core of our heart so that we can further deliberate and tell the entire world that the solution of poverty is not in market economy or in capitalistic system. The solution of poverty is in Islamic finance, which believes in equity, which believes in sharing, and which believes in reciprocity and helping the poor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Amjad Saqib, who was joining us from Pakistan, actually. And I would request Honorable Brigadier General Shirato, ma'am, to come and share some experience and her vision.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be with you. All excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Muhammad Zubair Mughal, the CEO of AlHuda. Congratulations for organizing this global forum. The Honorable Dato Pax Ali Magunda Dato, our mayor and soon governor of the province of Sultan Kudarat in the Philippines. Professor Dato Dr. Muhammad Azmi Umar of the International Center for Education on Islamic Finance, Malaysia, and the Ramon Magsaysay Award, Asia's Nobel Prize equivalent, Dr. Muhammad Amjad Saqib, Mr. Sardar Omar, the chairman of the Stowrich Group of UAE. Friends, good morning. We at the Philippine Economic Zone Authority are glad to be with you here today to share with you more about the Philippines in charge of the economic zones where we locate export enterprises who are into manufacturing, processing, refinery, IT, BPO, medical, tourism, and other, and almost all industries of the world to speak with. We are the highest contributor to export income of the Philippines. And now that the country and the world is in this pandemic, we actually are courageous enough to pursue a more aggressive approach towards attracting new investors, all while keeping our existing stakeholders thriving and intact. In fact, despite the threats and challenges of the pandemic, my agency, the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, never played hostage to this pandemic, but took advantage of the opportunities created by this pandemic. So we provide, or we register the biggest export companies in our country. We host, or we register different types of economic zones to locate the equivalent industries who will be enjoying incentives and subsidies from our government. And we contribute, or we have the highest number of foreign direct investments in the Philippines. With our brand of service, we have been recognized by international institutions like the IFC World Bank for the best practice among the economic zones worldwide. And recently, the US Department of State also recognized the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, my agency, as having provided a very positive business atmosphere to global investors. What are those other recognitions the Philippines is known for? The Philippines is the third largest English-speaking population in the world. In fact, my country holds the being the #1 IT or voice center of the world. We are the fastest growing economy among the ASEAN countries in terms of GDP, with a growth rate of 7.1% in last September, and even during the pre-pandemic performance. Also, the Philippines is the third largest Muslim population after Indonesia and Malaysia. These are the incentives that we provide our investors of the world. We give income tax holiday of 4 to 7 years. And after the income tax holiday, we provide a special tax rate, the special corporate income tax, or 5% of the gross income earning for 10 years for export companies, or enhanced deductions for 5 years. Also, our investors enjoy tax and duty-free importation of their capital equipment, the raw materials, spare parts, and others that they buy or import from other countries. Also, we provide zero VAT rate for local purchases of our investors in terms of equipment, supplies, raw materials, and others that are related to the activity of the company. And for big ticket industries, we also provide not just incentives, but subsidies granted by the President of the Philippines. So this speaks of big ticket industries like capital investment of $1 billion and up. We also provide additional subsidies like free land for a number of years, discounted power rate, and longer income tax holiday for big ticket and strategic investments. Also, my agency, the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, as a one-stop shop, provides non-fiscal incentives, like it is my agency who issues a 2-year multiple visa for our foreign investors, their immediate family members, and their foreign nationals, workers, where we allow 5% of the total workforce of your company to be foreign nationals. We are a one-stop shop, so you need not get permits and transact with other national and local government agencies, because it's PEZA, my agency, that provides all the permits, the registration, and others required in your transactions. We are a one-stop shop and a non-stop shop, meaning we operate 24/7. Also, we are fully automated, so you can apply online wherever you are in the world. And we employ electronic import and export permits. These are the areas of investments that we are inviting our friends here and the investors of the world. First, foreign direct investments are invited to establish their companies who are into refinery, manufacturing, crop production, assembly. We also invite FDIs into IT services. We also invite FDIs who are into domestic market as suppliers, utility, and facility providers. My agency likewise invites ecozone developers. Our ecozone is either horizontal or vertical. So we welcome 100% foreign-owned companies. And another option, you can have a local partner, So the 60-40 rule applies, meaning 60% is Filipino-owned, 40% is foreign-owned, and you can acquire lands. If you opt to operate as 100% foreign, we allow you to a long-term lease of our public and private lands up to 75 years. We also invite FDIs who are into utilities and facilities provider. We also are looking for FDIs who can construct logistics and transportation hubs. Like we have 17 regions in the Philippines, and in every region or state, we hope to build more logistics and international seaports and airports through different schemes. It can be a G2G, it can be through PPP, or a joint venture with Plaza and another government agency or local government unit. We are, in fact, inviting foreign banks. And recently, our government passed the Islamic financing. And hence, we are now focusing our invitation to credit facilities, especially on Islamic finance. 2 days ago, we had a good talk with the Dubai Islamic Bank, and they are now very eager to put up their branch, though they call it a universal bank, not just a branch, to cater to in providing credit facilities to ecozone developers, to export companies, both foreign and local or Filipino owned, and others doing business in our economic zones. What are the benefits in investing in the Philippines? Our country, the Philippines, is incredibly blessed with great abundance of both natural and human resource. Our human resource, for example, we produce 1 million plus Filipinos every year who reach the working age of 18. Hence, among the young population of forces in the world, and most sought after because we can understand and can speak English. So local and foreign enterprises are enthusiastic in working with the Filipinos and in doing business in the Philippines. Aside from our being strategically located at the center of Asia and the Pacific in Southeast Asia, the Philippines have vast lands perfect for different types of economic activities, which are also partnered with only 2 types of weather, the rainy and the sunny, which means we can plant the whole year round with a very fertile soil where we can grow different types of crops. Aside from the strategic location, we are very proud, again, of our young, dynamic, and hardworking Filipino workforce who are highly proficient in the English language. And yet, while we attract investors of the world, we impose 2 non-negotiable factors among our investors. So the first non-negotiable factor is to respect the rights and promote the welfare of our workers. Second, we have to be environment friendly. As I personally, as a woman, as a mother, I want our country, I want our people, but it must protect the environment. The Philippines' advantage includes our being granted by the European Union and the United States of the GSP Plus. What is GSP Plus? General Systems of Preference, meaning those investors in the Philippines whose products are destined to the European countries and to the USA will enjoy zero tariff. Furthermore, the Philippines is also waiting for the implementation of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or the RCEP, which is seen to enhance our business participation in the global value chain, given that this agreement will promote partnership between the ASEAN nations, China, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and South Korea. So again, because of the RCEP partnership, all investors, foreign investors, whatever country you came from, your products will enjoy these benefits provided to the RCEP member countries. With this, let me end my discussion by saying that PESA, my agency, has established its leadership role in Islamic finance. In fact, last October 19, we have signed a memorandum of understanding with the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, or the Central Bank of the Philippines, to promote Islamic banking and finance in the Philippines, especially in our economic zones, and in the provision of relevant capacity building program and access to the Sharia compliant products and services. This partnership will be vital in our plans to create halal hubs and production zones nationwide, and where we hope to accelerate the socio-economic progress through the creation of different types of economic zones, especially in the countryside, to locate all types of industries in the world. The Philippines also recognize the vital role of Islamic banking and finance in creating opportunities for greater financial inclusion, especially for the underserved Muslim population, in expanding the funding base for small and medium-sized enterprises, as well as the large government infrastructure through financial arrangements with risk sharing as the core element, and in contributing to financial stability through the use of financial contracts and services that are founded on risk sharing rather than speculation in compliance with Sharia principles. So PESA is partnering with the Mindanao Development Authority and other agencies of the government, the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, to make this possible. And today, we will be signing the MOU with AlHuda, Center of Islamic Banking and Islamic Economics. So we see all these opportunities today to be very, very fruitful, and I look forward for our participants in today's gathering to take a look at the Philippines. The Philippines is not only naturally beautiful, it's one of the countries of the world with endowed with beautiful destinations and beautiful people. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity to share with you the prospects of Philippine investment. Assalamualaikum. Thank you. Shukran.
Thank you very much, Brigadier General Shirato. Now I would like to call upon Professor Dato, who is Azmi Umar, who is online with us. He's serving as the President and Chief Executive Officer, Global University of Islamic and Finance since October 2017. He was a Director, General Islamic Research and Training Institute, Islamic Development Bank Group, Jeddah, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where he held position for 6 years as a senior professor and the university administrator at the International Islamic University, Malaysia, almost for 30 years. At RITI, Azmi pioneered, introduced many innovative policies researchers, which communicated into flagship reports such as IRTI, Islamic Social Finance Report and IDB World Bank Global Report of the Islamic Finance. I would like to do the honors to, he would say some few words with us.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Brigadier General Charito Plaza, the Director General, Philippine Economic Zone Authority, Philippines. Honorable Datu Pax Ali, the incoming governor from the province of Sultan Kudarat, Philippines, Dr. Muhammad Amjad Saqib, the founder Akhwat Pakistan, Brother Zubair Mughal, respected speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Let me begin by thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us the opportunity to meet in this blessed forum. I would like to thank AlHuda for inviting me to the inaugural session of the 10th edition of the Global Islamic Microfinance Forum. It is an extreme privilege and honor to be with all of you to share and exchange perspective and ideas on Islamic microfinance. As mentioned earlier on, my name is Professor Azmi Omar. I am the president of INSEF, a global university established by the Central Bank of Malaysia. The university focuses on developing human talent, human capital for the global Islamic finance industry. We offer programs in Islamic finance, sustainability, and these programs are in-person programs, which mean in physical classes, as well as online programs. Ladies and gentlemen, although being mentioned earlier on by Brother Zubair, I would like to reiterate a bit more. According to the IFSB, the Islamic Financial Services Board 2021 report, the global Islamic finance industry now stands at $2.7 trillion at the end of 2020. And it is expected to recover from more than 10.7% in 2020. And in 2021 to 2022, the growth will be more than 12%. And this recovery is slightly lower if we were to compare the growth in 2019, which stood at 17.3%. The optimistic view of Islamic finance growth is predicted on the basis of modest economic recovery in the main Islamic finance markets, such as GCC countries and Southeast Asian countries. Hence, we expect to see increasing sukuk issuance by sovereigns, multilaterals, together with corporates, and as well as increasing bank financing in a number of growth sectors. S&P Global Ratings forecast global sukuk issuance to reach $155 billion this year in 2021, an increase of over $140 billion in 2020. And this increase is mainly due to the increase in liquidity, as well as sustained financing needs among corporates, governments, as well as multilaterals. Now we see more and more countries have opened up their economies by reducing COVID-19 restrictions, as well as open up their borders as vaccination rates keep on increasing. I am quite optimistic that Islamic finance growth will continue and possibly reach $3.9 trillion by 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the forum, Islamic Microfinance, a real hope for the poor, is indeed timely, as we are slowly moving to a post-pandemic period. COVID-19 has impacted every one of us, and in many countries, it has impacted the country's health, social, and financial systems. The pandemic has increased the level of poverty and inequality both in the country as well as globally. A big segment of the world's population has become more vulnerable with increase in debts, unemployment, emotional stress, and financial difficulties, which have yet to be resolved after almost 2 years into the pandemic. In my mind, Islamic financial institutions, particularly Islamic microfinance, has a role to play in addressing these issues. Islamic financial institutions as a whole has to change the way they do their business. Islamic financial institutions need to implement sustainable finance in their financing, investment, and takaful business. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 pillars to sustainable finance. The first pillar is economic prosperity, whereby Islamic financial institutions should look beyond profit and consider returns from investment to all stakeholders, not only shareholders, which means to the customers, to the community at large. Profit should not be the only yardstick for success for Islamic financial institutions. The second pillar, ladies and gentlemen, is people stewardship. Islamic financial institutions must incorporate social variables dealing with community, education, equity, social resources, health, well-being, and quality of life in their decision-making. And in this regard, the issue of poverty, the issue of bringing the poor into the financial sector, as being mentioned by Dr. Amjad earlier on, is very important. So Islamic financial institutions, particularly Islamic microfinance, must consider people stewardship as a very important component. The third pillar in sustainable finance is environmental stewardship. Islamic financial institutions must consider the impact of their financing, investment, and takaful business on environmental issues related to natural resources, water, sanitation, and air quality, energy conservation, and land use. As mentioned earlier, implementing sustainability agenda matters most to Islamic finance. It is not a matter of choice, but something that Islamic finance must embrace and implement. I can mention at least 4 reasons why we should do this. The first reason is Islamic finance is based on ethical principles, Islamic ethical principles. Second, Islamic finance is tied to the real economy. It is not based on financial economy. Third, fulfilling the objectives of Sharia, the maqasid of Sharia, should be the basis of Islamic finance. We should move beyond Sharia compliance to fulfilling the objectives of Sharia, i.e. promoting well-being and avoidance of harm. Finally, Islamic finance should focus on halal and tayyibah. It is not only halal, but it is also good, pure, and wholesome. In this regard, I would like to quote a statement by the former governor of Bank Negara Malaysia, the Central Bank of Malaysia, when he launched the value-based intermediation in 2017, which he said the next frontier and the major milestone would be positioning Islamic finance to become more prominent and leading agent of positive change for the financial system, and operates within a network economy that is built upon shared values of integrity, inclusivity, and sustainability. Greater attention will be devoted to value creation and value-based businesses that reflects the true essence of Islamic finance. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the interesting developments we see today due to COVID-19 is the increase in digitalization. And along with this development is the expansion of Islamic fintech. And many countries are promoting Islamic fintech, both in GCC as well as in South and Southeast Asia countries. Islamic fintech are offered in many verticals, from payments, digital banking, crowdfunding, as well as takaful tech, Islamic social finance for zakat, sadaqah, and wakaf, as well as robo-advisory. We have also seen several Islamic fintech supporting the financing and investment of micro and small medium enterprises. However, the key to ensure the success of Islamic fintechs rests on several things. One is to have the right regulatory and supervisory framework and policies. Secondly, assistance of supporting institutions such as accelerators and digital labs. Third, availability of funding and different types of funding for startups. And finally, human capital and talent development to support the growth of fintechs. So in closing, ladies and gentlemen, Islamic microfinance, which forms part of the Islamic finance, is growing and will continue to grow in the future. Islamic finance must embrace sustainability agenda, as we have to move beyond Sharia compliance to meeting the objectives of Sharia, the maqasid of Sharia. Islamic fintech will be a key enabler to increase the size and growth of Islamic finance, as well as to increase financial inclusion. And it It is available not only in GCC countries, in Africa, in Central Asia, and in many parts of the world. Together, digitalization, especially through Islamic fintech, and our focus on sustainability will help to steer Islamic microfinance as an important contributor to strengthening Islamic economy and Islamic financial system in the post-pandemic era. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. And I would like to connect to Mr. Kabir Hassan, who is a professor of finance in the University of Orleans, USA. He would be with us shortly. Thank you.
Hello, can you allow me to share my screen?
Yes,
Hello.
Mr. Kabir Hassan, you can share your screen.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very early morning from New Orleans, Louisiana, United States of America. Distinguished panelists and your excellencies, let me share some thought on the integrated Islamic social finance model, out of which Islamic microfinance is one parameter. Now, when you look at Islamic economic system, out of the Islamic economic system, Islamic finance is one aspect of it, and which you see is very prevalent in the entire Islamic economy ecosystem. And out of the Islamic finance, there are two types. We have Islamic commercial finance and Islamic social finance. And Islamic commercial finance is about 80% of the Islamic finance industry itself. So the thrust of my presentation is to bring the Islamic social finance into the entire Islamic finance ecosystem. Now, poverty plays a very important role in the Islamic economic philosophy. Now, poverty elevation strategy in Islam comes from three different aspects. The first one is called positive measure. The government has to have the right policy in place so that income growth happens. There is a functional distribution of income within the society. There is an equal opportunity for everyone in the society. So once that is being done, there has to be a preventive measure, and preventive measures mean there has to be control of ownership so that ownership is not concentrated into few hands. You know that in the United States, the 50% of the wealth of the United States is owned by 1% of the population, and that creates an inequity within the system. So we want the equitable distribution of income, and for the ownership of the control or control of ownership is very important. There has to be prevention of malpractice. The corruption is rampant in Muslim world. We need to really put a rein on corruption, reduce the amount of corruption so the economic growth can happen. So even after taking positive measure and preventive measure, there is still will be some level of poverty, some people of poor people in the country. And Islam in that situation have some corrective measures. And one of the corrective measure is called compulsory transfer. Zakat is a third pillar of Islam. And according to Muslim faith of Shahada, you have to pay zakat 2.5% of your wealth each year. And there are also recommended transfer like charity, waqf, and there are other forms of charity that you can think of. And even after that, there will be some poverty left in an economy or in a country, and there is a state responsibility for taking care of these people who otherwise cannot make their own living. Now the question is, can Islamic commercial finance provide a helping hand? How do you define a helping hand? Now, Islamic social finance is a branch of Islamic finance that offers products and services for not-for-profit reasons. And Islamic social finance has also been dubbed as Islamic social safety nets. And this is also considered as charitable sector, or we call this giving sector. The objective of Islamic social finance are to achieve social justice by a redistribution of wealth. From Maqasid of Sharia or objective Islamic law perspective, it is mandatory for one to help each other in protecting one another from hardship, as one can achieve success in this world and hereafter. So social finance is an approach to managing investment that generate financial returns while including measurable positive social and environmental impact. So is social finance a recent development? Not really. So we had this concept lying around throughout human history. We had the community investing. We had the microfinance, even though it has been popularized in Bangladesh through Professor Muhammad Yunus, but that concept exists in other forms in different parts of the world previously. We have social investment bond, we have crowdfunding, we had corporate social responsibility, we have environmental, social, and governance framework, we have socially responsible investing, we have value-based investing introduced in Malaysia, and we have the SDG Sustainable Development Goals, we have the sustainability, social return, social capital, social entrepreneurship, moral values, being human, circular economy, charitable banking. So this social finance concept existed in human history in different forms. Now, the social economy and objective social economy organization. Now, terms such as social economy, solidarity economy, and the third sector are often used interchangeably. In Latin America, the term solidarity economy is more commonly used. Anglo-Saxon countries, for example, refer it to as the third sector, while in continental Europe, the community used the term social economy. So the social economy, African response to social global crisis, acknowledges a range of institutional types that make up the social economy, enterprises and organizations, in particular cooperatives, mutual benefit societies, associations, foundation and social enterprises, which have the specific feature of producing goods and services and knowledge while pursuing both economic and social aims and fostering solidarity. So a double bottom line is common to various organizations that make up the social economy. So need to have an Islamic social finance. Can it be achieved by Maqasid of Sharia or essence of Islamic philosophy, economic philosophy? Islamic commercial finance is inadequate to fulfill all segments of population because these are mainly profit driven. The Sharia contracts used and their objectives are different when it is used for not for profit purposes. And institutional of Islamic social finance is important to reach out to those who are in need of it. So what are the different parameters that you have in Islamic social finance instruments? It's not an exhaustive list. You have zakat, you have sadaqah, you have waqf, you have takaful, you have qardul hasan, Islamic microfinance, sukuk. So if you look at first one, zakat, and it's come from Surah Al-Tawbah, zakat is for the poor and the needy and those who are employed to administer and collect it, and the new converts and for those who are in bondage and in debt and service of cause of Allah, and for the wayfarers is duty ordained by Allah, and Allah is the knowledge, all-knowing and the wise. So zakat is the third pillar of Islam. As such, it is a form of worship act that is compulsory upon those who are eligible to pay it, which shall be distributed to 8 recipients stated in the Quran, as I mentioned in the previous ayah. The administration of zakat in different parts of the world is different, as some countries have centralized system of collection, while other countries have a decentralized system of collection of zakat. It is estimated by Islamic Development Bank that each year zakat is given between 230 and $560 billion worldwide. For instance, the Zakat Administrative Body of Indonesia, Basnas, states the potential of zakat in Indonesia is valued at around 286 trillion rupiah per year, but the actual collection is about 9.5 trillion rupiah, or about 577 million USD. Zakat is viewed as a sustainable source of fund compared to other social Islamic social funds, as it is compulsory and every year zakat needs to be collected. So what are the issues in zakat? The issues in zakat is fund collection, fund management, and fund disbursement issues. And different countries are taking leading role in this area. Like Indonesia is doing a very good job. Malaysia is already established as a model country of following zakat management in both the government sector as well as the private sector. Second aspect of Islamic social finance in Sadaqah is a powerful tool that is used to fight against poverty, as it provides a mechanism to obtain funds, which is small or big amount, from those who are capable to those who need them. Prior to the pandemic, Sadaqah is physically given by many, especially during the holy month of Ramadan, while going or coming from mosque or via mosque donation funds. Salih 1999 observed that donors prefer to make their Sadaqah directly to private individuals, poor families, or private charities. This mechanism creates a win-win situation to the donor as well as recipient, as a person who donates gets the satisfaction of helping a person in need, while the recipient gets the opportunity to fulfill their basic necessities. So what are the issues in Sadaqah? How to increase the supply of Sadaqah, how to reach out to those most deserved, how to have a good governance rules implemented, and what incentives could be provided. Waqf, the third one, Rahman 2020 states that for long-term resilience against COVID-19 poverty, Waqf is an important tool that we have seen in the last 2 years. There are two types of Waqf, that is immovable land and movable cash Waqf. Immovable Waqf, the confinement of an asset by founder and the dedication of its usufruct in perpetuity to the beneficiaries' welfare of the society. And movable or cash Waqf, the confinement of money, cash by founder and the dedication of its usufruct in perpetuity to the welfare of the society. For example, at the time of the Ottoman Empire, Waqf was a successful source of financing for health sector, education sector, and welfare of general public, and the revenue received from Waqf contribution is over 1/3 of the Ottoman state's total revenue, Quran 2001. So what are the issues in Waqf? How to use innovation, how to boost confidence of those interested, or some of the legal challenges, because a lot of Waqf lands are being transferred illegally to different private ownership. Awareness challenges, many people don't know very well how Waqf can be used. The rich people can donate, or we have to bring the history and memory of the golden ages of Islam, and there is also management challenges. Number 4, takaful. Takaful is an insurance concept where a group of participants mutually guarantee each other against the loss or damage. Each participant fulfills his obligation by contributing certain amount of donation or tabaru into a fund which is managed by a third party, which is the takaful operator. The main reason for the emergence of takaful is due to the issues in conventional insurance, which is prohibited in Sharia. Majority of the Sharia scholars believe that it is unlawful due to involvement of riba, maisir, and gharar, interest, gambling, and uncertainty. And the takaful was first used in Sudan in 1979, which was developed by Professor Sadiq Al-Darir, who is a prominent Sudanese Sharia scholar. Though the concept, including the operational aspects of takaful, is different from conventional insurance, the objective of both conventional insurance in takaful is the same. Now, takaful in the context of Islamic social finance, in Malaysia, for example, My Salam is a national health protection scheme initiative started by the government that aims to provide 8 million with free takaful protection to eligible individuals to help the poor and needy to overcome financial difficulties in the unexpected event of critical illness. And during this pandemic, health takaful coverage provided for 3.8 million Bantuan Sara Hidap and Bantuan Prihatin Nasional, who are currently insured under the scheme. And this scheme will be expanded to include some 8 million of those who do not receive BSH with an annual income of less than Malaysian ringgit 100,000, aged between 18 and 65 years of old. For example, Takaful and Karma scheme of Egypt is a scheme that provides social guarantee Egyptians living below the poverty line, and it has been extended to support during the pandemic. Number 4, Qardul Hassan, we have Dr. Amjad Sakit, pioneer of Akwat. Then the Qardul Hassan, some verses from the Quran, Who is that will loan to Allah a beautiful loan, which Allah will double unto his credit and multiply many times? It is Allah that giveth you a want or plenty, and to him shall you be. Verily, those who give sadaqah, men and women, and lend to Allah a qardul hasan, it shall be increased manifold to their credit, and theirs shall be an honorable good reward. If you lend Allah al qardul hasan, he will multiply it for you. Allah is the most appreciating and most forbearing. Now, qardul hasan is a benevolent loan and the gracious loan given to needy people for a specified period, and at the end of that period, the face value of the loan is to be paid off. So Qardul Hasan is zero return loan that Al Quran urges Muslims to make available to the needy. The borrower only needs to pay back the principal amount without any obligation for an additional amount. And Qardul Hasan is urged in Islam not just because of the uniqueness involvement of riba, but because it shows the spirit of cooperation and brotherhood, ukhuwa, which will improve the welfare of the society. And microfinance institution.
Please, you conclude your presentation
Okay.
in two.
Yes,
you.
I'm coming to close. So Islamic Microfinance institution different modes of innovative financing are provided to needy and the poor via charity modes and non-charity modes. At this pandemic, poor and needy can uplift themselves from poverty through Islamic Microfinance institution. Even in the conventional microfinance, some countries such as Cote Verde have started providing interest-free loan scheme to assist needy and the poor in pandemic. In Pakistan, Akhwat and Dunya Foundation have launched the Aqua Dunya interest-free emergency loan by which they have already assisted more than 5,000 families, anticipating reach out to more of daily and monthly wagers who have been severely affected during the pandemic lockdown. And the objective scheme is to provide loan to buy food and medicine, to pay kids fee, home rent, and utilities bill. And so last slide. So what are the challenges and opportunities? Currently, Islamic social finance is not merged with Islamic commercial finance. So there's an opportunity to merge Islamic social finance with Islamic commercial finance. Different instruments, institutions of Islamic social finance are developed in an ad hoc manner, detached from one another. So there's an opportunity to institutionalize Islamic social finance. Lack of governance framework required for Islamic social finance. Legal, regulatory, Sharia governance framework required for Islamic social finance can be enacted, and it could be developed in a systematic way. Remote use of technology, there is a room to use technology to enhance Islamic social finance, so-called Islamic fintech. And finally, challenges in balancing demand and supply. Effective policy tools need to be formulated and adopted to ensure Islamic social finance can mobilize enough funds to reach out to those in need, and investment avenues are required for sustainability. Thank you very much. This is all. Thank you very much for listening to me. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much for your kind presentation. Let me add that Dr. Kabir Hassan also got Islamic Development Bank Award 4 years back for his kind contribution for the development of Islamic banking and finance all over the world. And I also would like to thanks to Dr. Kabir Hassan. 7 years before, AlHuda Center for Islamic Banking and Economics organized a 2 days workshop on Islamic banking and finance at University of New Orleans under his leadership in USA. Thank you very much for your kind contribution for Islamic banking and finance. And I also would like to thanks to Dr. Amjad Saqib, which is definitely a leader of global Islamic finance industry, for his kind words and the visionary note of, I would like to thanks for the visionary note of Dr. Omar Azmi as well. So without any delay, we have a guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Ali S., who is the incoming governor for the province of Sultan Kudrat Philippines. You are requested to join us at the dais for your few remarks. Thank you.
Thank Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Isang magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Maayong aga, mapita, naimbag abigat. Good morning once again to everyone. It is truly an honor for me to be speaking in front of everyone today. As a representative of my father and my mother, the governor of the province of Sultan Kudarat, Governor Suharto Tengti Mangudadatu, and my mother, Governor by Mariam Sangki Mangudadatu of the province of Maguindanao. Before I begin, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to everyone, especially the organizers of this event, for giving me the opportunity to speak in front of you, to speak to the people coming from different parts of the world who share the same vision, the same mission, the same principles and values for us in our objective of making this world an even better place for the future generations. So of course, for my topic today, I would like to give everyone a glimpse of my hometown, the province of Sultan Kudarat, located in the southern part of the Philippines, and what we can offer to the world and to the international market as well, especially today when we talk about the Islamic Microfinance. How are we going to envision and how are we going to ensure the realization of giving the Muslim people there and non-Muslims as well a chance of having an empowered life? So for me to begin, I would like to give a short, brief history about the province of Sultan Kudarat. The Republic of the Philippines were once colonized by many colonizers in the past. There was a time when the whole country was subjected under colonial powers of Spain for 333 years. When the Americans came, they also conquered and colonized the Philippines for around 30 years. Then after them, we had the Japanese, but we also had the British as well. But if there's one thing that the people of Mindanao is really proud of, is that for all of these years, Mindanao remained to be an independent state. It was a separate country. When the Paris Treaty was made between the Spanish officials and the officials coming from the United States, the Republic, the Mindanao's group of islands were never part of the agreement, and they were never turned over to the United States. This was because of one historic and heroic figure who fought against all of these colonizers in the name of Sultan Muhammad Dipatwan Kudarat. But after several years, many years have passed, and many presidents of the Philippines have came into power. Eventually, the Muslims in Mindanao, the southern part of the Philippines, started to welcome everyone, started to welcome all sorts of people coming from different parts of the world. And later on in Mindanao, we will see a lot of people coming from different backgrounds and ethnicities. We have from our Muslim brothers and sisters from the tribes of Maguindanao, Maranao, Tausug, and the rest. We also have our Christian brothers and sisters like the Ilonggo, Ilocano, and the Bisaya. But despite of the differences that we have, my grandfather, the Governor Datu Pax Sandigan Mangudadatu, often emphasized that despite of the differences that we have, despite of our different beliefs in life and backgrounds, we have to stand together as one family, just like what the Prophet Muhammad SAW taught us. We do not have to distinguish whether a person is a Muslim or not in order for us to show what Islam truly is. Just like what the great Umar ibn al-Khattab said, we should not only make da'wah in the form of words, we should also make da'wah in the form of deeds so that the people can see what it truly means to become a Muslim. So I'm sorry, I think the presentation got out, but I was going to show the map of Mindanao, where we can see that as the years gone by, we see it progress as a beautiful place with harmonious relationship with one another. But just a few years ago, like 40 years ago, in 1980s, 1970s, it wasn't the same. There was a time when the Muslim and the Christians did not live happily together. There was a time when there was two cities that were adjacent to one another in the name of Tacorong City and Buluan. But the Christians cannot go to Buluan and the Muslims cannot go to Tacorong because at that time, there was a conflict between these two sets of people. And many years have passed and that was the same situation. There was disunity. And if it was okay when there was just discrimination, there were wars that were fought between these two groups. So eventually, one led to another. And in the year 2002, the Republic of the Philippines declared an all-out war against the Moro rebellions. So there was a big conflict that was going on that resulted to poverty in the area. But despite of the lonely and sad past that we have encountered and we have witnessed, we came to realize that we have to be united because all of this bloodshed, all of these wars that we fight, all of this that was happening in the past greatly contributed to the division and animosity of the people. That's why for several years, that has been the advocacy and that has been always the battle cry for everyone to be united. The good news today is that the people living in the provinces of Sultan Kudarat and the province of Maguindanao live peacefully and harmoniously now. We see Ilonggos, Ilocanos, Muslims, and Christians living together. Although they had a bad history, they were able to see the bigger picture that all of us are brothers and sisters. All of us were created by the Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So today, we are very happy to announce that the province of Sultan Kudarat, once marked as a red zone territory, a war zone territory, was declared one of the most top competitive provinces in the country, and at the same time, the province which has the lowest crime rate in the whole region 12 or Soxargen. But this is despite of the diversity of the people. We were able to have unity in diversity. So my message today is very simple. In the past, there were bloodshed, there were divisions, there were walls that were built around us. But today we continue to build bridges that connects us to one another and establish stronger foundations for our relationship despite of our differences. So what is lacking in our advocacy is that now that we have peace, what's next? Is peace enough for the people? And the family's advocacy is that peace alone is not enough for us to ensure a better life for our people. They must be empowered, they must be in some degree independent, and they must in some degree be a self-sustaining family of their own. It does not mean to say that once we have just achieved peace, then we're going to leave everything aside. My grandfather often told me and told the people in my province that what is needed is empowerment for our people. So today, as we have witnessed peace in the area, we are now fighting for economic recovery and economic empowerment to the people of Mindanao in the Republic of the Philippines. Of course, just like what I've mentioned, there were Muslims and Christians, and now they're united. But what is important is that everyone will be given an opportunity to have and acquire a better life. So this is only through economic empowerment. So in the province of So in the province of Sultan Kudarat, there are many industries and businesses that are growing, which provided thousands of people employment opportunities, and small and big businesses came out of it. In fact, what we are happy about in the province of Sultan Kudarat is that we have numerous industries that are still existing today and are continued to exist. This is my grandfather who often said, placing the people above himself and placing people above others. So that what he often emphasizes is that we should always make the people as the priority. Next slide. So in the province of Sultan Kudarat, we are located in this green area. Could we go back to the previous slide? There. In the green area, that is known as the food basket of Mindanao, the food agribusiness and logistics cluster, and at the same time, the biodiversity and ecotourism center. What is beautiful here is that this area was known to Asia as one of the areas that no one should visit because of the terrible things that was happening. But in just for the last few decades, Mindanao has been classified as the ecotourism center of the country. Mindanao has attained peace and prosperity, but the poverty is still there. While everyone lives peacefully and secured by their persons and their properties, not everyone is given ample economic opportunity. And this is why we have developed this map. If you see the red one on the left side, that's the Mariculture and Trade Center. The blue one on top, that's the Business and Industrial Center. And the green, in the green part below the map, that's the Food Basket and Food Agribusiness and Logistics Center and Biodiversity and Ecotourism Centers. So next slide. So in the province of Sultan Kudarat, we continue to progress. And one way of doing that is to enable and enhance the existing industries. So number one, we have the hot pepper and chili. In the next slide, yes. The hot pepper and chili, which we are constantly producing. We also have coffee industries, muscovado or sugar, Cavendish and Cordova bananas, coconut, the Sultan Kudarat Oil and Gas Corporation, and the Sultan Kudarat Economic Zone. So we would like to start with the opportunities, what the people there are doing after all of the things that they've gone through, what are they doing now? Today, the province of Sultan Kudarat alone produces 10,000 metric tons annually of red hot F1 peppers, which is known for the different dishes that we export to China and Thailand and to other places as well. So currently, it is offered as fresh pepper fruits, dried hot pepper, powdered hot pepper flakes, hot pepper, or chili paste. It is located across Mindanao with thousands of hot pepper farmers across the region. We also have the Sultan Kudarat coffee farms, which are three types. Number one is the Robusta, number two is the Arabic, and number three is the Excelsa. With the Philippines' average annual coffee consumption, of 170,000 metric tons, the country has been importing coffee of at least 100,000 metric tons from Vietnam and Indonesia. And this is also for future expansion enhancement. We also have the muscovado and sugar, which the province of Sultan Kudarat is currently providing the country 80,000 to 100,000 metric tons. We also have the Cavendish bananas, which we also produce at 270,000 metric tons exported to Japan, Korea, China, and the United Arab Emirates, and 160,000 of local variety only for domestic consumption. We also have the coconut industry currently at around 100,000 metric tons every year being produced for the processing of buko or coconut juice and the coconut husks. Then for this year, with the help of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, under the leadership of Director General Charito B. Plaza, ma'am, we are envisioning of having the Sultan Kudarat Economic Zone, which will provide our people, the local farmers, of an opportunity to connect with a bigger international market. And lastly, we have the Sultan Kudarat Ligwasan Oil and Gas Corporation in Area 9 in the Cotabato Basin Empire. It's also located in the green area. So what's amazing about this is that the President Rodrigo Roa Duterte has acknowledged that the Sultan Kudarat Ligwasan Oil Corporation has won the bidding to be of the contract service provider of extracting and exploring oil. So in that area, it is located in the heart of Mindanao, and currently The whole Cotabato Basin is 1.2 million hectares in area in central Mindanao. The prospect reserve in Area 9 is 3.4 trillion cubic feet of natural gas and 4.8 billion barrels of crude oil. The natural gas deposit is estimated to last for the next 33 years. So what's amazing about all of this is that we see that in an area once filled with hatred, now is filled with love and opportunities that will provide the people for generations a better life. What the province and perhaps many of the provinces in Mindanao is asking for is for opportunities for them to realize this dream. This Islamic Microfinance Forum is the avenue, is the right venue for us to speak on how are we going to provide Islamic banking institutions and Islamic way of supporting businesses that is more easy and accessible to the people. In the Philippines, it's quite hard, and we often resort to the conventional banks. But it is also important as well that we have an existing Amana Islamic Bank that partnered with the Central Bank of the Philippines and the national government that will provide the people with an opportunity to have these businesses grow. There is a lot of potentials in the Philippines despite of what have happened in the past. So my message today is very simple. The past will not determine who we are today. It is what we do today that determine us and that will determine the future. Mindanao had a lot of colorful history. The Philippines has a lot of colorful history. But one thing is for sure is that we learn from the history and we apply it and ensure mutual cooperation, not only locally, but also internationally, to ensure a peaceful and progressive home for all people, Christians, Muslims, and others, because that is what we need and that is what we provide. I will end with one of the famous hadith of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that he said, a person can never be a true Muslim unless he loves for his brother or sister what he loves for himself. The meaning of this is that we all have to share the love that God has given us, and at the same time, give everyone, through that love, the opportunity to acquire and have a better life. Sultan Kudarat province, majority of the constituents, there are Christians, and the Muslims are only 10 to 20%. In Maguindanao province, there's roughly 80% Muslim. So we see the complexity and the diversity of these two provinces. These two provinces have united. And what is left to be done is for the people to be economically empowered. And I think this is where we can discuss on what can be our part in the contribution in making the people have a better life in this 10th Global Islamic Microfinance Forum. I would like to thank everyone for their time, and I would like to thank the organizers as well as the Philippine Economic Zone Authority members who are with us today, who gave me this link and opportunity to speak to everyone. I pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will grant us more blessings and will continue to give us blessings after blessings to ensure that our homes, our country will become a better place for everyone. Maraming salamat. Thank you so much. Have a good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much, Excellency.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your kind words and to share the experience of the Philippines, that how they are utilizing Islamic financial product for microfinance. So without any delay, I would like to invite Mr. Sardar Umar, Chairman of Storage Group UAE. And I would like to add one thing, that Mr. Umar have a vision to introduce Sharia compliant cryptocurrencies, which can be utilized at the microfinance level as well. And before to hand over the dice to Mr. Umar, I would like to appreciate the vision of Brother Dato Pax Ari, that Islamic finance is not only for Muslim. Islamic finance is a system which can be utilized or operated by Muslims and non-Muslims. Yes, for Muslims, they have an extra advantage that it is according to their religious belief. But for non-Muslims, it is a very good system for banking and finance. We have evidence that Islamic banking and finance is equally popular in Muslims and non-Muslim world. I was in South Africa and I was surprised to see that in South Africa, the Muslim population is less than 2% and more than 98% are our non-Muslim brothers and sisters. But they have 7 Islamic banks. And I met with the CEO of one full-fledged Islamic bank over here. And I asked that how you are doing 100% Islamic banking in a country where Muslim population is the less than 2%. He replied that our more than 60% clients are non-Muslim. So we should introduce Islamic banking for all. For example, I have Samsung mobile. In Samsung mobile, I utilize Android system, which is made by non-Muslim. And I'm being the Muslim is a utilizer of the Android system. Either that affect to my religion? No. Similarly, Islamic banking and finance is a system. If any non-Muslim may utilize that system, it will not affect to the region of any region of the world. So we should introduce Islamic finance for all, inshallah ta'ala. So now I request to Brother Sardar Umar to join us and have a few words with our audience, please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. I'm extremely thankful, be honored as a chief guest. My special thanks to Mr. Zubair and AlHuda group. I really surprised when I hear about this Islamic microfinance, which is something new to me because I live in Europe last 30 years. Also, we are introducing our cryptocurrency today. The name of the coin is Takaful, which is Islamic and halal coin. And this coin gonna be a number 1 by the will of Allah very soon. So thanks again. Thanks my storage team. They organized such a nice event. And thank you very much again. Give me a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I request to Sardar Umar to join us at the front of and hand over the plaque to Her Excellency Brigadier General Charito P. Plaza. Please join over here. Where is the photograph? Can you come here? No, I request to Dato Pax Ali to join Brother Sardar Umar to receive the token of appreciation. No, I request to Honorable Brigadier General to hand over the plaque of appreciation to our chief guest. Please have a group photo. Please. Yes. Before to the tea break, let me introduce you to our next session. After the tea break, we have a small ceremony for signing of some MOUs for the development of Islamic finance. Then immediately that we have a session for global development and future potential of Islamic microfinance. This session will be chaired by Mr. Mahmood Naji, who is the project director of one Saman Ruminant Development Project by utilizing Islamic microfinance in Gambia. That is a project of Islamic Development Bank and Government of Gambia. He will chair that session, and we have three eminent speakers who are here with us in this forum right now. Mufti Azizur Rahman, very renowned Sharia scholar. He have served in many Islamic financial institutions in UAE, in Pakistan, Mauritius, UK, help out to structure some Sukuk, Islamic microfinance institution, Islamic fund, and etc. Then we have a guru of fintech, Mr. Ishfaqur Rahman. He will join us and share his knowledge about Islamic microfinance and Islamic fintech. And then we have Brother Azam Amir. And after that, we have a specialized session for blockchain and Islamic fintech. So before lunch, we will have a 2 session, and after lunch, we have a 1 session and 1 parent discussion. So now I request you, all the participants, to join us in the stage for a group photo. After the group photo, we have a tea and coffee break for 15 minutes, and then we will join again. Thank you very much to all our chief guests and honorable guest of honors. Please join us in the stage. Please join us in the stage for the group photo. Thank you very much. I am also thankful to my very good friend and my brother Khurram, who started this session with a food of energy. Thank you, brother Khurram. Please join us. If the photographer may arrange that. What we can do, some people stand over here, some here. I'm between the chief guest and you. Oh. Yes, please. Some people can come upstairs as well. Brother Crowne. Yes, please. Come on. All the delegates are requested to join us for the group photo, please. You are angry on.
No, I am not.
I also will understand.
I understand.
Yes.
I am not.
Some people can come, please. Can we get
Payat lagi ako dito. Uupo lang naman siya. Dito. Picture mo daw natin ng cellphone gamit mo. Yung cellphone sa akin. Yung cellphone mo gamit. May picture ka man din. May picture ka dyan. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen.
Very nice to understand how microfinance can be used, especially.
Assalamualaikum. Waalaikumsalam.
Very interesting because in the Islamic they have the interest style and the better system. And I personally wanted to know how our system can be made for practical. Yes, it's in the solid. Yes, please. I have one card is Philippine number, but we think of what oh wow. Yes, my father is the governor of for example, and my mom is the governor. And we've been more or less. We've been governor for the last 30 years. And generations. Yes, and my father is set to retire from politics this July. So I'm going to. Yes. There is election. I was already elected. Oh wow. Yeah. Thank you. Right now, I'm serving the people as mayor. You serve as mayor, right now. Of the main town. Oh, yes. One of the main towns, in our town, in once, it is now years ago. Years ago, it was not. That's said. Yeah, so before there was what we call the Mindanao Independent Movement. Because Mindanao was to be separate country. But it was conquered. So there were serious resistance in the past years that existed until the last 2 years ago. So it's only within this time that people have already accepted people. They're already happy with the Philippines and they don't like to fight against or wage war. Yeah, you also have to do it from the before it was very hard because we are met with the same people. But today there's a lot more of the younger ones who never saw what it was in the past, and all of them are educated. So they want something better for you, especially the another in the different parts of the world. And when they go back to their own country, it's one. Our province can make the right. So that's when the competitive rights change.
Okay.
That is the only certified by the international.
Oh. Kaya nga, wala tayong picture. As in, kahit nagkuha ko ng picture sa akin, hindi mo lang makikita. Yung basic instruction. Sana ako. Alam ko
But for next year, it's going to be the election. So everyone is, that's the national. It's very, but if you let the minister study the lessons, there'll be an hour, right? And when you arrive in Ireland, we're not,
Di pa kita po ba? Hindi siya maganda ng entrance. Okay. Wala yung parking natin. Harap ng sasakyan.
So the overlay we have here for driving a commercial one, they have to let that also be bigger for the private finance of other people. I hope we just
What's that?
Presentations
For?
for all speakers and for general display.
For this one? अभी के लिए या बात के लिए?
ये सबमिट के MOU पर सबमिट के बाद के लिए।
बात के लिए तो फिर ये तो बाद में रख लेंगे। अभी
आपने ही नेक्स्ट को करना है ना?
जी जी मैं नहीं करना
तो
लेकिन
फिर ये इसमें जीमेल ओपन है, अगर कोई यहाँ पे नेम मिसिंग हो तो आप जीमेल से डायरेक्ट डाउनलोड।
अच्छा नहीं ओके आप खाली एजेंडा रख दें यहाँ पे खोल के ना, ये जो एजेंडा है ना।
सर मैं एजेंडा खोल।
हाँ एजेंडा खोल के बस यहाँ पे रख दें, या वो वैसे ही पेपर दे दे मुझे, उसके अंदर वही है ना, वो इसको इसकी प्रेजेंटेशन तो आप वहाँ से कनेक्ट करेंगे ना, ये कैसे कनेक्ट होता है?
इससे ये यहाँ इस पे कनेक्ट करेंगे और जो प्रेजेंटर होगा वो इसको कनेक्ट करेंगे।
ओके वो तो ठीक है, लेकिन ये कैसे कनेक्ट कैसे होता है?
ये आप सिस्टम सर
अच्छा आई मैकबुक के साथ one is ताजिकिस्तान ये मेरा नहीं है, मेरा मैं
आपको लिखकर हाँ ये दे दें आप हाँ देते हैं आप आपने प्रेजेंटेशन क्यों नहीं दी?
नहीं मैंने साथ मैंने बनाई अभी अभी जब मैं आप डिस्कशन कर रहे थे ना तो मैं चूंकि मुझे कल तो उन्होंने कहा है तो मैंने कुछ रात में काम किया तो कुछ अभी किया तो मैंने इसमें प्लग कर वो बाकी तो कर लेंगे मैंने अपनी जो है ना वो अभी बना दिया।
अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है मैक पे है
नहीं वो है तो उसी पे मैं कर दूँ ये से चलेगी ना जूम पे कैसे आएगी वरना जूम से कनेक्ट करके
नहीं जूम पे तो ऑटोमेटिकली ये
वो तो हाँ वो भी कर सकते हैं ये करके हाँ ये तो लग जाएगा ना ये तो लग गई है बस अब ये देखना डिस्प्ले आता है एक जगह वो जगह लैपटॉप जो है ना ये हटा देंगे ये आपके हिल रहा है बार बार इसको इधर कहीं फंसा देंगे
बात सुनी
बस यहाँ पे ये सही है लेकिन ये बार बार ये तार हिल रही है एक्चुअली
लूज कॉपी करके देते हैं ना ये इनका घटिया थ्रीन सिस्टम है ये क्राउन प्लाजा का ना ये अगर
कोई इशू नहीं कॉपी तो कर दूं मैं हो गया
देते हैं नहीं सर एक लैपटॉप पे ना
मसला ये है कि इसके साथ में डेमो रखा है तो वो डेमो मेरे ही सिस्टम पे चल सकता है
अच्छा
एक छोटा सा क्विक डेमो है
अच्छा डेमो में भी इनका ऑडियो कनेक्ट होता है कि नहीं
ऑडियो की जरूरत ही नहीं है
अच्छा
हाँ आप हैं
ऑडियो विजुअल का ही मैं देखता हूं ये प्रॉपर है
ठीक है लेकिन अभी डिस्प्ले तो लाना है इसका
क्योंकि हर चीज प्रॉपर है मैं कर रहा था आवाज ही नहीं आ रही कहता कि नहीं थी मसला उसका नहीं है जूम की आवाज ही नहीं आ
ये इस पे मैकबुक का इशू नहीं है ये बेसिकली आपकी तार ये लूज है ये तार सही नहीं है ये कनेक्टर ठीक नहीं है आपका और कनेक्टर नहीं है आपके पास
जी है
तो और कनेक्टर लगाएं इधर टाइम नहीं है चूंकि वरना तो ये फिर शाम हो जाएगी इधर
चलिए मैं लाता हूं दूसरा कनेक्टर नो प्रॉब्लम
वरना दूसरा तरीका ऑप्शन ये है कि
अच्छा इसको काम करिए
एक्चुअली इसके साथ जो है ना देयर इज आल्सो डेमो वो मेरे मुझे एक्चुअली इसी से ही कनेक्ट करना नहीं ये आपने जो लैपटॉप के साथ चला दिया चलना आपका तो वो डिफरेंट है ना क्योंकि वो विंडोज है वो ये एप्पल के साथ जो है सफारी के साथ कंपैटिबिलिटी का इशू हो सकता हो हाँ वहाँ तो रहा है देखना ओके ये ऑन है बस मैं स्टार्ट कर रहा हूँ ये वो है हाँ ये इसकी ये नहीं होता ट्राई किया था ये HDMI ये वही है ना क्यों हाँ वो उसके बाद कनेक्टर कनेक्टर लेने गया हुआ आएगा कब कनेक्टर लेने गया हुआ चलिए ये तो साथ में कर लेंगे ना अभी डिस्कस क्योंकि यहाँ आवाज ही नहीं जाएगी बाहर
Please be seated. Oh, yeah.
Could we have your attention, please? Could you please come back in your room? Can we just start, please? Please be seated. नहीं अभी तो प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं वैसे ही कनेक्ट कर रहे हैं ना तो वो तो आप अभी फिलहाल लगा दो चार्जिंग पे वो आ गया 1 मिनट लेकिन नहीं इसकी जरूरत नहीं लैपटॉप जरूरत नहीं फिलहाल तो अभी वो चार्जिंग पे आप लगा हाँ ये तो लगा के देखते हैं So we are proceeding with the next session, which is a MOU signing ceremony, and as well as there's going to be a Sharia certificate to be given to a bank from Ethiopia. ये भी नहीं कनेक्ट हो रहा आपका इसका भी डिस्प्ले नहीं आ रहा चलें ये तो वो आ जाएगा मैं करने के लिए So we have the first MOU signing ceremony between Philippine Economic Zone Authority and AlHuda CIBE UAE. Philippine Economic Zone Authority is working on the legal framework and mechanism for the integration, coordination, planning, and monitoring of special economic zone, industrial estate/parks, export processing zones, and other economic zones to transform selected areas in the country into highly developed agro-industrial, industrial, commercial, tourist, banking, investment, and financial center where highly trained workers and efficient services will be available to commercial enterprises. On behalf of Philippine Economic Zone Authority, Honorable Brigadier General Charito B. Plaza, Director General, Deputy Minister, will sign the MOU with Mr. Muhammad Zubair Mughal, Chief Executive Officer of AlHuda Center of Islamic Banking and Economic. AlHuda CIBE is committed to promote Islamic banking and finance all over the globe. AlHuda CIBE is working diligently since its existence 16 years ago and has been acknowledged as a distinguished service provider due to our notable services like advisory and consultancy, research and development, education and capacity building, Sharia advisory and publication and events all over the world. AlHuda CIBE and Philippine Economic Zone Authority will work together in the following areas: Sharia compliant board with NCMF director, number 2, province of Sultan Kudrat as host for venue of the said event, Philippine Economic Zone Authority PEZA in co-organizing the event. BSP Banco Central NGO Philippines as resource person with AlHuda CIBE. Could we please have your attention and could you please take your seats? So people standing in the back, could you please take your seats? Could we have a round of applause for your So the next MOU signing ceremony between Banking Finance and Insurance Institute of Nepal and AlHuda CIBE UAE. Banking Finance and Insurance Institute of Nepal is established to offer training, workshop, and seminars to enhance the knowledge, skills, and capabilities of the employees of financial sector. Other stakeholders conduct research and consulting to strengthen the financial sector in Nepal. As Mr. Binod Atri, our Managing Director, Banking Finance and Insurance Institute of Nepal, could not come due to some health issues. So Ms. Aslin Gawali from BFIN will sign the MOU with Mr. Muhammad Zubair Mughal, Chief Executive Officer of AlHuda Center of Islamic Banking and Economics, UAE. AlHuda CIBE and Banking Finance and Insurance Institute of Nepal will work together in the following areas. Number one, to organize joint workshops, training programs, seminars, and conferences on various emerging topics, and to organize any other program, activity, event within the competence of both the institution. AlHuda CIBE agrees to offer their professional certificate programs, academic courses, regular trainings, and customized training to the Nepalese officials. Both organizations in collaboration shall explore to hold some training, conferences, and exposure visit in Nepal and UAE. Once we complete the ceremony, I would invite, the delegates, especially the Honorable Minister and from the Nepal and Tajikistan to actually have to come on the stage and say a few words. So please be prepared for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the next MOU signing ceremony between Tawheed Bank Tajikistan and AlHuda CIBE UAE. Tawheed Bank is the full-fledged first Islamic bank in Tajikistan. The bank has been an active, reliable and stable participant in the country's financial services market. Bank has achieved significant positive indicators in its activities. It is the top 10 largest banks in the country and present in almost all the regions of the country. On behalf of OGSC Tawheed Bank Tajikistan, Mr. Zardov Sher Ali, Chief Executive Officer, will sign the MOU with Mr. Muhammad Zubair Mughal, Chief Executive Officer of AlHuda Center of Islamic Banking and Economics, UAE.
Yes, thank you.
AlHuda CIB and OGSC Tawheed Bank Tajikistan will work together in the following areas. AlHuda CIB will provide all the technical assistance and consultancy services to Tawheed Bank to establish a Takaful company in Tajikistan. Yeah, could I please invite Mr. Zardov Sher Ali to say a few words regarding this MOU? Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. 2 years ago, we have established the first Islamic bank, full-fledged Islamic bank in Tajikistan. And inshallah, with this signing this MOU, next year, we will establish the first Takaful company in Tajikistan with the help of Allah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Could I also please request Ms. Aslin Gaiwali to come back to the stage and say a few words regarding the MOU, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, our MD, Dr. Binod Atri, couldn't make it to here due to his health issues. So I am here on behalf of him. So his message from Dr. Binod Atri to you all. Excellencies, distinguished guests and speakers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to apologize for not being able to physically present at the conference due to some health issues, my own commitments to share my thoughts on microfinance. I know I'll miss the great hospitality of the AlHuda CIBE, the great network and interaction with the speakers and delegates, and the knowledge of microfinance from across the world. And also, distinguished delegates, the reason of my planned visit to attend the 10th Microfinance Summit were signing the long-term agreement with AlHuda CIBE, share my thoughts on microfinance situation in Nepal, and propose the 11th Microfinance Summit to be hosted in Nepal. Please allow me to briefly touch on these aspects. This agreement signed is a testimony of our long-term relationship, not only with AlHuda CIBE, but also with the countries and associations involved in the microfinance. This is an agreement to strive and work together to upgrade the living standard of the poor people and reduce the poverty level by means of financial literacy, training, education, workshop, and seminar of the scale across the globe. Okay, and the second point is microfinance in Nepal initially started as the donor project and later took a commercial approach in Nepal. Currently, regulated by the Central Bank of Nepal, the major issues comforting is that the social mission of microfinance is diluted and profitability is becoming the core aim and objective of microfinance operation. Despite the pandemic, microfinance has survived both the competition with the banks and financial institutions, including among the MFIs, multiple borrowing, poor digitalization in the sector, lack of motivated and trained staff are some challenges comforting us. We must agree the microfinance has opened the door for the poor people, for those who do not have collateral to get loans, has increased financial access to the remote areas and contributed to the inclusive growth. The future depends on how well these institutions will be regulated to craft a balance between social mission and sustainability. On third issue, BFIN will be pleased to host 11th Microfinance Summit in Nepal, Kathmandu next year in collaboration with other partners associated here today. We request the management to consider our proposal. We will be constantly keeping in touch with AlHuda and their team and looking forward to work together. Let's plan and enjoy the natural beauty of Nepal, the cool wave from Mount Everest, and the hospitality of Nepalese people. Okay, we are ready to welcome you all in the Nepal. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having us here. And we have 8 more delegates from Nepal to represent microfinance here in this conference, and they will be also taking workshop for 2 days. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much, Aslin Gayawali. Could I please request Honorable Brigadier General Charity Plaza to come here and say a few words on this MOU? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, in behalf of the Filipino people, we have actually, we're the 3rd highest Muslim population of the world. So this is very timely, the signing of the MOU with the AlHuda Center for Islamic Finance. Because we in the Philippine Economic Zone Authority is exactly inviting not just banks, foreign banks, but Islamic banks and financial institutions to go to the Philippines so we can spread the creation of more investments, more jobs and livelihood that our memorandum of understanding has specified. So we thank again the interest and the support of CIBE for this endeavor. Allah bless us for this undertaking to serve humanity, to serve our countries, our respective countries, and to unite and harmonize the peoples of the world. Thank you.
You know, as MCS, you have to put an extra effort section. Okay, so the next one is a Sharia certificate to be presented to Abyssinia Bank, Ethiopia by AlHuda CIBE. Could I please invite Mr. Abdul Qadir Rizwan, Director, Vice President, Interest-Free Banking, Bank of Abyssinia, Ethiopia. So the Sharia certificate is being presented to Abyssinia Bank, Ethiopia, to Mr. Abdul Qadir Adwan by Mr. Zubair Mughal. Would you like to say a few words? Are you prepared? Okay, come on.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning to everybody. It's really great to be part of this global forum on microfinance. And it's my pleasure to be part of this great experience on microfinance. And the certifications that we got at this forum will help us, to sustain on what we already have been doing with respect to ensuring Sharia compliance while rendering interest-free banking service. And we thank the organizers, AlHuda, and we thank everybody who are effectively contributing to the success of this forum. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. For the next session, I'll hand over, the podium back to Mr. Zubair, so he will actually take control of the next sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Ishfaq. Sorry, we are running out of time. So without any delay, let's move to the second technical session. The name of that session is Global Development and Future Potential of Islamic Microfinance. I would like to invite Mr. Mahmood Naji, the Project Director, Samar Ruminant Production Enhancement Project, Gambia, to chair this session. Please join us at the stage. Mr. Mahmood Naji. Yes, please. Chair रखेंगे वहीं पे पड़ी पीछे पर. Yes, please. Now I request to Mr. Mufti Azizur Rahman, a seasoned Sharia scholar, to join us in the stage, please. I would like to request Mr. Ishfaqur Rahman, Chief Executive Officer, FinMall, UAE, to join us at the stage. And I would like to request Mr. Azim Amir, Head of Business, Amana Bank, Sri Lanka, to join us at the stage as well. Lane. Zoom पे लगाएंगे क्या करेंगे? इधर ले पास में कहाँ है उसके कनेक्टर कहाँ है? ले कनेक्टर भी. उसको बुलाएं उस बंदे को. Yes. Mufti Azizur. Okay. Okay. So, now stage is yours, the chairman of the session.
Good afternoon, everyone present. We now move into the technical session, as Dr. Subair has mentioned. This is on global development and the future potential of Islamic microfinance. We have three eminent speakers. First, I would like to call on Mufti Aziz Ur-Rahman, who is a Sharia scholar and a consultant based in Dubai. And his topic is Sharia aspects of Islamic microfinance. Mufti, you have the floor. Yes, you can go there. Yeah.
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسوله محمد وآله وأصحابه أجمعين أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أهم يقسمون رحمة ربك نحن قسمنا بينهم معيشتهم في الحياة الدنيا ورفعنا بعضهم فوق بعض درجات ليتخذ بعضهم بعضا سخريا صدق الله العظيم. Honorable guests, respected speakers, and my dear brothers and sisters. मेरा presentation नहीं है. I'm happy and a little bit confused because my session is after the break, so you have some energy to listen to me. And a little bit confused because it is before lunch, so before lunch always we are thinking about lunch. But don't worry, inshallah, I will try my best to make it very interested, my session, and give you some food for thought. First of all, the question is, why the classification of poor and rich? We see in the word. Why someone is rich and someone is poor? So dear brother and sister, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created human being and created this world, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala distributed human being in two main categories, rich and poor. This classification was for a purpose to run the system of this world. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also demand us for infrastructure. In Arabic we say istimar fil ard. For infrastructure to build, construct this world, this earth. For this purpose, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala provided wealth to some people and fully equipped some people with skills. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make dependent poor on rich and made rich dependent on poor. We know that rich person can buy a car, but he is unable to change his tire. If his tire is punctured, then he is unable to change his tire. Even rich people, he doesn't know where is my jack, where is my other tools to open the tire. On the other side, poor people, they are full of skills. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala name is Al-Adil. Adil, justice. Justice between the humanity. Poor is fully equipped by the skills and rich honored by wealth. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, وَلَا تَأْكُلُوا أَمْوَالَكُمْ بَيْنَكُمْ بِالْبَاطِلِ إِلَّا أَن تَكُونَ تِجَارَةً. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala advised rich people and prohibited them from exploitation of poor, and advised poor, then don't go for robbery. Don't go to take something by force, not to be a thief, but go for a business. Do not devour each one another property with illegal ways. Instead of this, go for business. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the ayah, chapter 43, ayat number 32, said, Ahum yaqsimuna rahmat rabbik. I will translate this ayah and inshallah it will be easy to understand. Do they distribute the money of your Lord? Because wealth belongs to Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Wealth is gold and silver. Wealth is our life. Wealth is our skills. Wealth is time. Wealth is health. So all these things consider wealth provided by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to us as a gift. Do they distribute the money of your Lord? Of course, no. It is we who have apportioned among them their livelihood in the life of this world and have raised some of them above other in degree of rank. What is the purpose? The purpose is that they may make use of one another for services. So poor always provide services and the rich always pay the wages, always pay the money for services. This called exchange of a thing of a value with another thing of a value called business and trade. Business and trade and then poverty is very important to know. First of all, to know that what is poverty? What is poverty? A lot of definition of poverty you will find, but the actual definition of poverty is it is deprivation of capability. Poverty is deprivation of capability. Then capability is of two things, sources and skills. Maybe someone deprived from skills, also he is poor. Maybe someone is deprived of sources, also he is poor. Because money is nothing. Money is only source of medium of exchange. Then if someone is poor or facing poverty, then from Sharia perspective, again, classification go to two areas. We have to check either this person is capable for earning or not capable for earning. If someone is incapable for earning, this called faqir and miskin from Sharia perspective, then Islam advised rich people to support your faqir and miskin. And there is zakat, there is sadaqah, there is sadaqah fitr, there is nazar, and unlimited sources. So every person each day, if he pays something, so poverty will be removed from the world. On the other side, if this person is capable for earning, for example, he has skills, he is young, he is healthy, then Sharia or Islam advise us to go for entrepreneurship, to go for partnership, to go for musharaka, to go for mudaraba, to go for a business. Utilize your skills and you will make money. For example, a rich person has a big house and there is one piece of land empty. So the poor guy will come, the poor guy will propose that please allow me to make a small garden here and then you have to pay me this much amount. Then the rich person will be happy. So this is advised by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Again, now world is global village. Our life is commercialized. Each and everything is running through banking system. These conferences are arranged for microfinance. Now, how to do for microfinance? If we need to go for microfinance, then we have to go reverse of banking system. In banking system, first of all, we have to remove the block. We have to remove the wall of classification. Most of the bank, but I think 100% of bank, they are not opening account if you don't have some limit of your income. So when poor will go, where he has to take benefit from banking system, which bank will finance, which takaful company will go to give him coverage for his small business? Which bank? I think there is no bank. So we have to think about this. We have to remove the wall. We have to remove the distance between rich and poor. Because at the end, all human beings are same. There is no difference. The difference of poor and skill is only just to run the business, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, that this difference is to use, that they may make use of one another for services. Because if all people are rich, then I think today will not be sitting here in this place. This place, decoration, each and everything is done by poor people, skilled people. And rich people, they only just paid the amount. So the beauty of this world is from a poverty. Poverty is nothing, but it is to go ahead. It will take you to Mi'raj. It will take you to the highest level. But Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, again, he said that kadal faqru an yakuna kufran. That poverty is a thing which will drag you to the kufr, will make you to disbelieve, because sometimes we have a big pressure from our family, from our kids. Someone is unable to provide good life, standard life to his kids and his wife, and then he suffer his lives, he go for suicide. So faqr is not something to be appreciated, but faqir is valuable. Poor person has to be guided like Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So from Sharia perspective, first of all, we have to support poor people and give them opportunity, and then to take the management power in our hand and to guide them to the proper way. I think my time is very limited, so I will just finish.
1 minute.
1 minute, yeah. In this 1 minute, I will tell you one short story, and then I will conclude, and inshallah you will know the whole essence of my lecture. In a village, there was a wise person, and he was having ability to answer each question. The same village, there was a young boy, a young person. He was very jealous from this old person. And one day he came like in a gathering, in a conference. So the aged person, the experienced person was sitting in front of people, and this young person came having one caterpillar, like one insect in his hand. And he said, "Oh, old guy, tell me, the insect in my hand is alive or dead?" The insect in my hand is alive or dead? The old guy said, "The life of this insect is in your hand." Because the young boy was thinking that if he say it alive, then I will press my hand, I will kill him. If he said that it is dead, then I will open my hand and will fly away. So shortly and finally, the life of a poor is in your hands. Give them opportunity, remove the wall of distance, and adopt the concept of Baitul Mal. Because in Baitul Mal, poor will not come to you. Rich people will go, or employee of Baitul Mal will go to the poor, and they will ask about his needs. So on this, in this short time, I can say only this, and inshallah, next session also your answer question session will be وما علينا إلا البلاغ وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين.
So thank you, Mufti. The next speaker is Mohammed Asfaqur Rahman, the Chief Executive Officer, FinMal UAE. You have 10 minutes, please.
Okay, I thought I had 15 minutes, but I guess 5 minutes are already actually subtracted from my time, but that's fine. Actually, I'll try actually making it within the next 10 minutes, you know. So my name is Mohammed Asfaqur Rahman. I'm the founder and CEO of FinMal. FinMal is a fintech venture, and we are on a mission to simplify financial products. What I'm going to do next here is trying to actually bridge a gap between, you know, technology and the financial services industry, particularly for Islamic Microfinance and Sharia fintech. So I guess my presentation is being set up, and I'm without presentation, so hopefully it'll be set up soon. But anyway, I can continue with that. So what I feel is without technology, it's very difficult to get to the masses, you know. So accessibility, the cost and everything, actually, it's nearly impossible. Why? Because I say the global population is nearly 7.9 billion people live on this planet, right? And out of that, 1.9 billion are Muslims. And somebody was saying that around 40% poverty exists in the total in the world that exists in the Muslim countries. So, sorry. So apparently this was the agenda of my speech. I'll just start with that. So as I said, 7.9 billion population of the world, out of which 1.9 billion is Muslim all over the world, and 40% poverty exists in the Muslim countries. What is the issue here? The issue is accessibility. You know, so on the one side you have very complex terms and terminologies. On the other side, the cost is a major factor of product and services delivery to the end user. So how can we fix that? And we know technology has neutralized the competition all over, you know, so there is no excuse that you cannot catch up with the competition. So you can really, you know, if you embrace technology, you can really move fast. I personally find it that Islamic fintech is a truly an enabler, effective tool to eradicate, you know, the poverty. And at the same time, what happens is financial and Sharia literacy can be achieved through Islamic fintech. You know how? So I have a friend sitting here. He has come up with a chat bot. You know, this chat bot is a kind of a dictionary, a glossary where you can get all the terms, you know, answer to you can get answer to the question. For instance, if you want to see what is the difference between, you know, Islamic banking or takaful versus conventional insurance or conventional banking, you know, so you just ask that bot and that bot will answer you. So this technology can really do wonders if you really try to actually really embrace it with open heart, with open arms. As a reach and accessibility is inevitable, you know, without the technology, you know, adoption. So without technology, we cannot really get to the needy ones, because it really reduces the cost, but at the same time brings in efficiency, bring in transparency in the overall system. It also reduces the cost. You know, just imagine how many institutions you need to serve these 40% of the, you know, the population, underprivileged population in the world. It's really not practical. So the way forward is you need to exploit technology so you're able to serve these underprivileged people. And at the same time, fintech also helps you operating on the move. So whether you're sitting at home or you're, going somewhere, you can operate it. You don't need to be really, specifically any geographical, stuck in somewhere and you can manage this thing. Example of fintech would be, I just give you example of a fintech like at FinMall, what we're doing. So for instance, here, if you see, this is an example that FinMall has said, actually, we're on a mission to simplify financial products for making people's lives easier. Everything we do that revolves around simplification and making life easier. So what we have done is we have grouped our overall offering into two broad categories. So on the one side, you see on your right side, in fact, on my left side is the marketplace, which covers the banking and insurance. And on the right side, we have Digital Innovation Lab that has 4 verticals that includes data science, market intelligence, product design and development, and intelligent automation. Now, everything revolves around, the microfinance or financial products line. This is example of our FinMall marketplace, which covers, different product lines. So for instance, you are an institution, you're looking for a solution. You can talk to us. We can help you with a E2E kind of a, sort of platform where it can help you achieving and rolling out it fast rather than you being, working on this and building your these solution on your own. I'll just give you a quick demo here. So the demo, for instance, this is example of, let's say somebody is looking for a car insurance or car takaful. How does it work? It takes nearly 20 seconds to get a code across different companies. This is just an example, and it's an infrastructure which you can use for any product, whether it's lending or accounts or mortgages. You can use for any purposes. So the idea is actually just to showcase that how technology can make your life easier. How am I doing on the time? Do I have couple of minutes? Okay, great, excellent. So I'll just and you will see actually the charisma of this platform. So you see there's a customer who's looking for car insurance. He comes, or car takaful, he comes on this platform. He just keys his car, chases a VIN number, and what happens? The system automatically pulls out information, even the car value, registration, everything, the price. And then he clicks on the next step. The next steps, what happens is actually he needs to provide his driving license details. And again, the system pulls out information. Everything is fed automatically. And then you click on Yalla. So Yalla is Arabic word like go or submit. And the next step, what happens is actually the system throws a comparison across different companies, So we have already partnered with different financial institutions, and this could be white label for your own banks or institution, wherever you are operating in. So here there's a comparison, so the user can go through details, and then what happens? You like one of the codes. You just click on buy now. And on the next step, you are asked to just recheck your information, whatever information you have provided, are they correct? So you agree everything is in order, and then you agree with the terms and condition. The next page is to actually make the payment. So now user is making the payment in real time, So it's not that somebody will get back in touch with you. Everything is happening in real time. Okay, right. So I'm almost done. It's just, now the payment is happening in real time, for this customer. As we speak, the payment is already done. So the next step is the user is asked to upload his documents, policy documents, the driving license detail, car registration, or wherever it's operating, so these documents. And this is the process. So this much time it takes. Now just imagine it democratized the whole, the sort of complexities and also whole system. It removes the middleman and it brings in more efficiency. I guess I'm done. I'll just say a final piece here. So the final piece is, I'll just go back to my presentation. Okay, right. So this is why it is difficult actually to operate, and at the same time, okay, I'm back. I just need a couple of minutes and then I'm done. Okay, so.
No, you have 1 minute.
Okay.
Just so much.
Right. Anyway, so I'll just summarize. So through fintech or Islamic fintech, what you can achieve is you can achieve financial inclusion, you can achieve financial literacy. It can reduce cost. You just need to, if you leverage technology to the core, it can really, help you getting things done faster and also at a cost-effective, manner. So thank you very much for listening. I really appreciate it.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad. Yes. Next speaker is Mr. Asim Amir, who is the head of business, Amana Bank PLC from Sri Lanka. Your topic is Islamic banking in Sri Lanka. Yes, you also have 10 minutes.
Auzubillahiminash-shaytanir-rajim. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Thank you very much, AlHuda, for this great opportunity. Respected guests, participants, it's a great privilege and honor for me to be here in this platform today, representing Sri Lanka and representing Amana Bank PLC, the one and only fully fledged Islamic bank in Sri Lanka. Dear friends, I would like to talk about the history of Islamic banking industry in Sri Lanka a little bit, and then I would like to talk about Amana Bank's representation in Sri Lanka on behalf of the Islamic banking industry. If you take the Islamic banking industry in Sri Lanka, it has a very, very short period, I would say around 20 to 23 years. There was a change and there was an amendment in the Banking Act in Sri Lanka during 1988. With that, there was an increasing demand and there was a need for Islamic bank in Sri Lanka. If you take the population of Muslims in Sri Lanka, it's only around 10%. There are many countries in the world which has more than the population of Sri Lankan Muslims who are still struggling to bring Islamic banking in their respective countries. But Alhamdulillah, we have started Islamic banking in Sri Lanka 23 years back. Amana Bank, being the pioneers in Islamic banking in Sri Lanka, has established themselves with a very strong stake at the moment. When you're taking Islamic banking in Sri Lanka, with the demonstration and need from the market, we have been looking at the risk, the governance part of it, the compliance, while managing the Sharia part of it. With that, we managed to impress the Central Bank of Sri Lanka. We were an investment company at the initial stage. With the approval of the Central Bank, we launched the fully fledged Islamic bank in Sri Lanka. At the moment, if you take the market, there's one fully fledged Islamic bank, which is Amana Bank PLC. And there are two Islamic banking windows owned by the state banks, the People's Bank and the Bank of Ceylon. And there are 14 Islamic banking windows with the private banks in Sri Lanka. If you take the Takaful industry, there's only one fully fledged Takaful company, and then there are 3 windows at the moment in the market. If you take the key challenges that we faced to start Islamic banking in Sri Lanka, the major challenge was to educate and convince the regulating authorities about Islamic banking. At the same time, we faced a challenge in educating the market about Islamic banking. There is a common perception. There are people who still talk that both conventional and Islamic bank is the same. So we had the guts to go to the market and say, this is what Islamic banking is. This is the difference that we are talking about. So that was a great challenge for us during the past 2 decades. With the approval from the central bank, we went for a private placement, and then we were listed in the Colombo Stock Exchange, and Alhamdulillah, we are marching forward. Then the next challenge comes, matching the products with the conventional banks in Sri Lanka. So we had a great time. We launched one by one, Alhamdulillah, as a fully fledged bank. We have many products which we are competing with the conventional banks in Sri Lanka. Talking about Amana Bank more, it is a public limited liability company. We have got the license from central bank with the amendment of the 1988 Banking Act, as I told you. And if you look at the strategic shareholders, ISDB, Qasim family founders, Bank Islam Malaysia, and Akbar Brothers, who are one of the top exporters, tea exporters in Sri Lanka, is having strategic partnership with Amana Bank. If you take the Fitch rating, we have almost got BB plus, and the outlook is stable. Our lawyers are FG Deserams, who are well reputed that in Sri Lanka. Our auditors are ENY, and we have the industry memberships, as I have mentioned here. If you take Amana Bank, I would like to compare the last 1 decade performance of Amana Bank. During 2011, we had only 66,000 customers, whereas we have 380,000 customers at the moment. We had only 14 branches in 2011. Presently, we are having 32 branches. We had only 1 self-banking center 10 years back. Now we have 19 self-banking centers all over the country. We had only 1 dedicated ladies unit at the head office. Now we have 8 dedicated ladies units with us. If you take the key component, gold safekeeping units, we had only 1 10 years back, and presently we have 13 units all over the country. If you see the ATM access, we had only 500 ATM access in 2012. Presently, we have 5,000 plus ATM access all over the country. CDM access, it was only 1 10 years back, and we have 900 plus CDM access at the moment all over the country. Debit cards, which was a huge challenge for us. Again, we had only 15,000 during 2001, and now we have more than 105 cards. So this gives you an idea how we are growing and what is our growth rate compared to the other new entrants all over the world. This shows a picture about the global connectivity that we have for trade financing and other activities of the bank. Gentlemen, let me share the awards that Amana Bank has received
2 more minutes.
during the last few years, and we have recorded remarkable growth in the last 2 years, I would say. Presently, the bank is focusing on SME banking. As per the central bank guidelines of Sri Lanka, during the pandemic and post-pandemic situation, the Sri Lankan authorities are urging the banks to focus on SME. We have been helping a lot of SMEs all over the country. We have been helping them. We have been sharing the business insights. We have been helping them hand to hand. And Alhamdulillah, we have managed to secure, or I would say guide the SMEs who are with us during this pandemic situation. We also have established the knowledge marketing department in our bank to share the knowledge, to share the experience that we have with our customers and with our staff as well. At last, as an ethical banker in Sri Lanka, talking about Islamic banking, we have launched a CSR project which has made history in Sri Lanka called Orphan Care, which is not only for Muslim, but also for all the communities in Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my duty to express my sincere gratitude to AlHuda Foundation for giving us an opportunity to display, to talk about Islamic banking in Sri Lanka, at the same time to talk and share the status of Amana Bank PLC at this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thanks to all the presenters. It's unfortunate the time is running out. I've been asked to solve the questions. Maybe if you have any questions, maybe along the discussions, you can interact individually. I just want to highlight a few things. I think all the three presentations have given an insight, which are very important. If you look at the presentation of the Mufti, I think he has given us everything that we are here for by giving us the definitions between the rich and the poor and how we depend each other and why it is more important that those who are fortunate to give to the poor, which is one of the main reasons for this meeting, because this Islamic microfinance is targeting the poor people. And he has explained to us the need to remove all the obstacles, which are the major obstacles, which are the obstacles to remove poverty, to remove all the blocks, give access to the poor so that they have the opportunity to be able to improve their lives. I think that was a very important, it was a short presentation, but it has summarized all what we are here for. And it is important, as he said, to give opportunity to the poor. The second presenter, I think, has explained, giving us the need, how we can fast track this development using new technologies. The enablers he has highlighted as loans, the banks, and the takafuls. But one key thing, I think, which is also very important, is awareness, the access, the cost, and the convenience. All these things are necessary when we use technology to be able to achieve the goals. We must congratulate the people of Sri Lanka, especially the bank, the Amana Bank, because they have done wonderfully well within the periods. If you look at their achievements, and I think if time had allowed it, we would also want to share their experience to see why they have succeeded so much, especially in a country where you have only 10% of Muslim, but then the bank has grown to have 14 windows in other banks, and they have made a good customer base and even opening new centers. However, their challenges is across the board, especially when you come to policies and awareness. I think even where in the region where I come from, in West Africa, this is what I would have said, that creating awareness on Islamic microfinance is one of the key things that we should look at if we really want to succeed. That I think the forum should take it into consideration and in all what we are going to do. Time is running out. I wish to thank all the presenters. It was a wonderful presentation, and thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Brother Mahmood Naji, and the project director of Summer Ruminant Production Enhancement Project, Gambia, which is funded by Islamic Development Bank and Government of Gambia. Let me brief you about this project. The total size of this project is $26.8 million. And Gambia is, by the way, a very small country, and the total population is about 2.3 million individuals. But in this small country, the Ministry of Agriculture is playing a very vital role by providing Islamic microfinance at micro level. And Ministry of Agriculture of the government of the Gambia also have one project with the name of rice development of rice value chain. That is $30 million USD project. And in that project, they are providing different type of facility to the farmer through Islamic microfinance to increase the productivity of the rice in the country. And thank you very much, Bhatanaji, to present the West Africa and the Gambia in this forum. Now I will request you to come on the stage and please hand over the plaques of the please session to our learned speakers. First, I will request to Mufti Azizur Rahman, please join in. Yes, you can come in that middle. Yes. I'm sorry, picture in that middle. Mohammad Ishfaqur Rahman. Thank you very much. A group. Brother Ashfaqur Rahman have a very good experience for Takaful, Banka Takaful, and other Takaful component, and wish you very good luck for Takaful technology. Takatak. Now I request to Brother Azam Amir. I would request to Mufti Azizur Rahman to hand over the plaque of appreciation to our chair of the session.
I think you are the best option.
No, please. Please have a group photo of this panel. Please. Okay. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. So now we have a very interesting session, namely Islamic fintech, blockchain, and cryptocurrency to support Islamic microfinance. And I would like to request Mr. Alim to please join us at the stage to chair the session. I would like to request Mr. Constantine, the co-founder of the Kaful Coin. He is from Greece. Please join us at the stage. I would like to request Mr. Hamdi, Head of Business Development, Mina Jais Holding, Switzerland. I would like to request Mr. Umar Mansoor, Engagement Lead, Global Projects, Code-Based Technology, Bahrain. Please join us at the stage. Chair, please. And I also, before to start the session, I would like to request Mr. Sachin, the Managing Director of Storage Group, to have some introductory remarks. Please, Brother Sachin. And then I will hand over that stage to the chair of the session.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's immense pleasure for me to come in front of you and introduce our company, Storage Group, who is partnering with AlHuda for this event. We are a group with different line of business, which includes general trading, real estate, insurance and investments, and many other line of business. The turnover for us is 80 million USD a year, and with an employee strength of 300. We have a collective experience of 26 years in different fields that we operate into. Now, being a commercial line of business, being into commercial line of business and running real estate business, general trading, you might be thinking, what is the reason that we have partnered with AlHuda Group to conduct an event which is related to microfinancing? So the reason behind this is our chairman, Mr. Sardar Umar, who believes in empowering people. He has always sponsored people to empower themselves. They have financed people to empower themselves by conducting different business. I'll cite an example. When Mr. Subair came to Mr. Sardar about this particular event, microfinancing, he was just confused, what is it all about? Then he understood this is the same thing which he has been practicing over years. He has been financing people to develop, to do small-time businesses and live a better life. So we decided to collaborate with them to make sure that we also get into this field. Now we are into the research so that we also get into microfinancing. With a lower cost of, say, when I say about Indian rupees of 10,000 rupees, a person could buy a bicycle, a tea candler, and start running a business. There are instances which has happened in past. With an investment of just 10,000 rupees, he is earning somewhere around 50 to 60,000 by selling 200 teas a day. This was possible only because of microfinancing. These concepts was explained to Mr. Sardar Umar, and he said, this is what I have been doing all my life. So I want to enter into this business. I would not say it's a business. I would like to enter into this forum by which I can develop more people and change lives of different people who are suffering, who are facing poverty. So we will be entering into this business as well because Mr. Sardar Umar is keenly interested in changing people's life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sachin, for the introduction and the vision for the storage group. Now, I have to hand over the session to the chair of the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Zubair Mukbal, the leader behind putting us all together for the 10th World Global Islamic Microfinance Forum. Joining us this afternoon are a delegation from Greece, from Switzerland, and also from the United Arab Emirates. All the speakers will be given 10 minutes each to present their case. And with the indulgence of our organizers, we could probably entertain 2 or 3 questions. Just to give a briefer, fintech is one of the fastest growing industry in the world. Currently, there are around, in the global map, there are more or less 2,000. In the Philippines, we generate around 212. And in the ASEAN, it is now being accounted with a growth of $3.5 billion in 2021. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me call on the first presenter, the co-founder of the Takaful coin from Greece, joined by his assistant, Vasilis Deriadius, our first presenter, Mr. Konstantinos Katispas. Please.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be here. Assalamu alaikum. And I want to thank Mr. Zubair for the invitation. So, getting straight to the point. Blockchain has experienced several major technological trends in the last decade, starting with the Bitcoin, followed by the separate blockchain platforms, and nowadays the craze about every decentralized finance project. None of them, though, has ever achieved in the general public what NFTs have actually done. If we can say that Bitcoin actually challenged the existing notion of money, NFTs are challenging the fundamental of ownership. What's though an NFT? NFT is the abbreviation of a non-fungible token, which is a unique and not interchangeable unit of data stored into a digital ledger, also known as blockchain. NFTs can be used to represent photos, videos, audio files, as well as actually every digital file in unique terms. So the lack of the interchangeability NFTs have actually distinguishes them from Bitcoin. With massive excitement all over the world about the NFT projects such as NBA Top Shots or So Rare, it's where real-world content actually matches into a tokenized, certifiable NFT. And communities have demonstrated very hard, I have to say, for the past 4 to 6 months that this project can gain immense value. So, in these communities, though, as they grow stronger and bigger and the users are multiplying, we are facing some problems of scalability, which actually becomes apparent. Let me tell you an example. Ethereum transaction fees has been skyrocketing to $200 per transaction for someone to create and trade an NFT. On top of that, we have also to add an equal amount about the fees of the platform. So we're decided and we're dedicated to create a one-stop NFT solution for that. So without further ado, we're really excited to announce the public reveal of the Takaful coin and the Takaful platform as well. Takaful platform is the ultimate and definitive platform where you can trade or discover or even leverage your NFTs. We are creating a platform that actually is a next generation platform in comparison with what already exists and can support the subsequent of billion users on their NFT journey that they just start. So, how it begins? We create ultra low cost and commission fees, limitless creation and distribution options, multiple settlement currencies, NFT content agnostic, commercial and non-commercial rights, and much more. We, as a Takaful team, also have reached to very important people and discussed with them to create their own collectibles, as well as the beloved brands. So, the main goal is the long-term value proposition for Takaful is to onboard brands at the dedicated communities. Before entering into the Takaful tokenomics, I'd like to introduce Mr. Vasilis Devriadis, who is actually member of the blockchain team.
Hello for me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Vasilis, I'm from Greece. I don't going to waste your time about many technological features. You can feel free to ask me outside in personal if you want some specifications. So we are glad to introduce you the first NFT platform of the Islamic world. It's the first and unique platform where creators and traders can create their 3D or anything content type such as music or credit cards or for gaming or whatever they want. Takaful, it's the native coin of the platform. It's really the backbone of our project and representing the financial value in the financial market of cryptos. So some of the advantages that I'm going to introduce is that the high speed and the lower fees in contrast with the Ethereum chain. In technical manner, we use a total decentralized trading manner. We have implemented smart contracts. I don't know if you are keen on smart contracts. Smart contracts, it's a set of promises. It's predetermined conditions that are met between the counterparties in order to reach an agreement. So some of the key features, it's that we are ecological friendly. So we are using diminished electricity power compared to the Ethereum. For example, if we want to trade an NFT in the Ethereum chain, we have to spend about the footprint. It's equivalent to 1 hour flight, the carbon that we use for this trade. So the holders of the Takafel coin have voting rights. It's a democratic and meritocratic procedure. You can propose to the developers a lot of technological updates that you want to deploy in the platform, and it's totally decentralized in that manner. Holders who stakes also their tokens in the liquidity pool have some privileges, such as will benefit with discounts up to 60% of the platform fees. Regular buyers and sellers pay about 2.5% service fees, while secondary platform sellers pay about 2.5+% of royalties. For the TKFL holders, these fees are slashed. It's about 1% and 1.5%. So it's a great opportunity for everyone who wants to participate in this environment. It's a great opportunity for everyone to create or to trade his NFT and become part of this new innovative manner of financial market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vasilis. Obviously, we can't reveal everything about that, but let me finalize with the tokenomics of our coin. Actually, 20% will go to the token sale. 25% is for the community staking with all these rewards that Vasilis has already told, plus many others that are coming. 5% will be the liquidity fund. 15% will be the Takafel team, which is actually locking our tokens, our own tokens for 1 year. And 35% will go to the treasury fund. So how you can buy Takafel coin. Our private sale will start within 2 weeks. After that, all you have to do is to create a digital wallet like MetaMask, for instance, and connect this wallet to PancakeSwap, where it will be traded, and just buy the Takafel coin. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Konstantinos Katsifas from Greece. We heard the introduction about the coin, the halal coin, and the market space has been huge. It is now accounted into $7.3 billion, which is a good market for everyone. But again, from what we're hearing from our speakers, it's an exciting industry to venture into, and perhaps in the next speaker could also expound into another Islamic compliant cryptocurrency, which is the Chai coin. We'll be hearing from, again, thank you, gentlemen. please join us here for the question. We'll be hearing from the head of the business development in the MENA region, the Chais Holding AG Switzerland, Mr. Hamdi Torhani. The floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم أما بعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته Alhamdulillah for this great opportunity to unite for this important forum. It's an honor and a blessing for our company Jais Holding to join you today in Dubai. I would like to thank first Mr. Mohammed Zubair and the whole AlHuda Foundation for their work today and also in the past. Jazakumullah kul khair. Also, I want to thank everybody who is showing up today and all the people behind this great projects in this significant sector. Barakallahu fikum. Now to us, Jais Coin. The name is obviously an Arabic term, Jaiz, what means allowed, like mubah. We are based in Switzerland, and Jais Coin was founded 2020 as a committed and long-term oriented new technology investment company. Our technical development quarters are based in Germany, so all the technical activities take part in Germany. The whole blockchain we are building from Germany. We have around the globe several offices to support our customer relationships and to operate efficiently in different areas of the world. Istanbul, Moscow, Al-Qahira, Islamabad, Delhi, Tagum in Philippines, Varna in Bulgaria, and Vilnius in Lithuania. Our vision was to appreciate the opportunity that blockchain technology is bringing to us, to make the Islam compliant to use and to profit from this innovative and advanced structure. So the mission is clear. The mission is to bring blockchain-based financial solutions that is compliant with Islamic financial principles. Our core use case. Our core use case is cost-efficient international money transfer. And the second use case is acting between decentralized and decentralized banking in a unique way to attract active crypto space. Now to the important topic, our in-house Islamic department. Our in-house Islamic department is like an umbrella that is regulatoring our ecosystem. The heart of our ecosystem is our Jais chain, our own in-house built blockchain, which has the consensus of delegated proof of stake. So it's a green way to have a full network blockchain. The second part of our ecosystem is our own Jais wallet. It's a user-friendly wallet. Everybody can use safely, securely, and really simple. Beside the own wallet, also the own Jais app. The wallet will be integrated in the app also. Now we go to our tokens. We have 3 different coins and tokens. The first token is our main Jais token, the coin that is a utility coin. Then we have a Jais stable token. The stable token is similar to any fiat, so it's kind of a US dollar theta or BUSD. It's a tokenized fiat monetary system. Then we have the Jais gold, which applicate the gold price. Also, we have an in-house Jais KYC system, which is really strong and secure. A big part of our ecosystem is also our Islamic bank, the Jais Bank. Then we have, according to our Islamic bank, also an Islamic debit card. Of course, not a normal credit card, a debit credit card. And like Takaful Coin, we have our own marketplace and NFT marketplace. So users can upload their NFTs and handle them and trade them on our marketplace. An important point for us is our partners. The JICE Partners is a partnership system that offers profitability solution with the inclusion of potential and existing business partners and investors in the system. This is technically, like, if you have any questions later, we can debate later, inshallah. Also, we have a big social responsibility topic. We have our own JICE Foundation, Care Foundation, which is supporting local community through social projects, collecting donations from immediate disasters aid, regulatory visiting and helping to set up our own projects, building network for other organizations. So we worked already with PCRF in Gaza in Palestine. We worked with AlHuda in Pakistan. We worked with a foundation in Philippines that helped public drivers within the COVID situation. And we worked with an organization in Germany to help the flood disaster victims, and also the forest fire in Turkey. We arranged something for them. And we are looking forward to keep that pace and keep that care flow, inshallah. So that's it. I want to keep it short and simple. For any technical answers, any technical questions, I'll answer later, and wish you a nice day. Thank you, everybody.
A warm applause to our speaker, Mr. Hamdi Terhoni, for giving us the entire ecosystem on how the cryptocurrency has been operated in Switzerland, and also their intent to expand to the other parts of the globe. Hearing from our second speaker, we now move on to our final speaker for today. We actually save a good 10 minutes in our time, and I think that would allow us to entertain a few questions. We now hear from the engagement lead of the global projects, Code-Based Technologies Dubai, United Arab Emirates, in his presentation on the digital revolution and financial inclusion. Let us welcome, please, Mr. Omar Mansour.
Which one is it?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I would like to thank the CIBE UAE team for hosting this, and it's a pleasure to meet all of you. I know we're pressed for time as well, so what I will do is I will try my best to skim through this and go through this as quickly as possible, but get to the point as well. Just a quick introduction about Code-Based Technologies. We are a global open API leading solution. We have recently started in 2017, and we have worked together to become a frontline and front-runner technology company that provides innovative propositions, especially to the digital banking, traditional banking, and Islamic banking industry as well. We have a presence in over 13 different countries with spanning over 4 continents. Some of our most notable projects are a Zayed Bank in the UAE as well. We are working with Capital Bank as well, especially in the financial inclusion agenda to provide digital banking services and inclusion services across the Pan-Levant region to address a 75 million population. And without further ado, I will basically get into how our technologies and how technology in general is basically helping solve the financial inclusion and need for financial services agenda. So one of the key factors when it comes to financial inclusion is digital banking. If you basically look at the global statistics, on a global scale, about 30% of the world does not have access to financial services as well. Majority of them being the Muslim countries and the Muslim GCC regions as well. And if you look at it from a holistic point of view, the entire Islamic banking industry for the unbanked and as a whole is valued at almost $2.2 trillion and is growing by 10 to 12% per annum, with 12% being projected just for 2022 as well from 2021. Majority of the reasons why digital financial services are inaccessible to the regions, if you look at them, is primarily because one, it is financial literacy and capability. It's very difficult for people living in these regions to access because one of the existing infrastructure that they already have, and at the same time, the various logistics that are involved. Another one basically being is the access of valid identification documents. A lot of these countries basically do not have updated documentations or documents that are unable to be picked up and scanned by modern technologies. One of them being your digital onboarding, digital biometrics, etc., and so forth. Regulators do not have the necessary support to connect and provide the necessary validation based on the ID documents. At the same time, there is no way to basically verify most of these things. Another one basically being is that consumer protection and regulation as well. The policies for data security and protection are still very nascent and are still in the earlier stages as well. And thusly has basically put the unbanked region and not just per se the Islamic banking region as well 5 years behind of what the traditional players are basically doing. Another one basically being is the majority of the populations are people in rural areas as well. They do not have access to these financial services, let alone the necessary guidance and literacy to avail these services. And these are the high volume customers, potential customers actually. And another one basically being is usefulness. Many of them want to be banked, many of them want reliable financial services, but unfortunately not many of them are able to basically understand the overall usefulness of them. One of them basically being is that in order to avail any form of financial literacy or inclusion, you must have a basic transaction account. Now, in order to basically do that, you need to satiate the necessary regulations that are involved, especially around opening a digital bank, opening a digital account, which is basically a process which requires you to go to the branch and fill out a necessary amount of paperwork, etc., and so forth. That is one hurdle on its own as well, and majority of these people do not understand this. So to make it digital as well becomes another hurdle because now you need to consolidate and make the entire process easy. However, the benefit for Muslims, especially in the digital banking space, or how digital banking can bring the necessary benefits to Muslims, is that it is now more choice aligned with their lifestyles, personalized experiences, the form factor of convenience, a very competitive financial cost, because digital banking and the entire point of digital finance requires a very low amount of overhead cost and operational cost. So thusly, they're able to compete much better than traditional players. It also provides financial knowledge and literacy and access to financial services for the unbanked. Why is this? Because in 2022, the mobile penetration, if you look at it, has gone beyond 80%. People who do not know how to speak English, people who do not have bank accounts, always have a data plan on their mobile device or some form of connectivity along with WhatsApp. So if you are literate enough to use WhatsApp because of its ease of use, we can convert the exact same thing and use it, especially in the digital banking services, thusly resulting in a very fast and very high rapid customer acquisition and conversion rate as well. One of the advantages that Islamic fintech basically brings is one, Islamic finance has always been the front runner and the finance partner of choice because of its transparency. It might be an extra step or a process as compared to traditional, but the transparency is what has started to move a lot of people who have been used to conventional and traditional banking. Is efficient access. So as I had mentioned earlier, the customers basically, as long as you have a mobile phone that can support internet, and the various nuances that it basically has as well. And Fortes, any person can basically be a bankable customer as well. As mentioned before as well, that because there's absolutely bare minimum costs attached to digital banking as well, they can provide attractive costs and fee structures. And then, as I had mentioned, the flexibility of it as well. If a customer needs to basically apply for a current account or a savings account, they can basically, in less than 2.5 minutes, apply for a digital bank. And then they can be provided the necessary services once they either satiate certain requirements or if they basically apply for it in a very easy manner. Islamic banks help customers adopt better financial habits. And this is why is because you personalize a digital experience. Right now, anybody can digitize any existing process, but the idea behind lies how well you can basically personalize the entire experience. By personalizing it, you are relating to the customer, thusly resulting in a very superior form of customer stickiness. With customer stickiness, you get loyalty as well. And the more loyalty you have, your customers end up becoming your most prized asset because they would help in further acquisitions of newer customers and adoption of newer services and providing insights into how you can basically offer new and more innovative services in the banking space as well through various trends. One of the reasons why Islamic banking is also a threat to traditional institutions as well as because of the intensified competition. Traditional banks might not have as many products. However, what they have is efficiency, and they have listened to the customer, and they basically provide a solution to a customer that is not only cost efficient, but at the same time, time efficient and convenient. The profit margins and service fees always will remain competitive because usually there is no overhead cost that they would need to satiate from traditional banking services for branch operations, staffing, etc. and so forth. If you basically compare a traditional bank's staff or headcount to a digital bank that is addressing the same market in the same space, offering a same solution as well, the digital bank will always thrive, especially from a cost perspective as well, because they don't have as much overheads to take care of as well. One of the other things is being COVID-19 had basically put a halt to all physical interactions in from 2019 all the way to now. Customers are more complacent with using digital channels and using social media to basically find that literacy that they're craving for. They're very they would much rather prefer to sit at home and do their banking services at their convenience without having to stand in queues, wait in lines, drive to long places as well. And what basically this has happened is, if you think about it, digital banking has always been there in the form of agent banking. Agent banking has been there for almost more than a decade, much longer than a decade. It's just that we just made the processes more efficient and at the same time offered it to the general public and not just kept it to rural areas where banking services are not available. And in order for these traditional banks to basically survive in the market, they have been presented with a very simple proposition. It's either eat or be eaten. Because what's happened in the market now is the likes of organizations like Careem, Grab, Gojek, etc. and so forth, they have started to go into the financial services space because the traditional players are unable to respond to what the demand is for the customers. So if a customer demands a certain thing and the traditional bank is unable to do it, if they don't do it, somebody else will come and do it, and which is what we're seeing in the market happen right now as well. So in order for traditional institutions to survive, collaboration is an absolute must. So this is a small section that we basically wanted to talk about, is how Codebase is helping create a future-proof digital Islamic innovation, how we basically are there in the market to support traditional Islamic institutions and Islamic fintechs and technology companies on how to address the market and stay relevant at the same time. Because I think we can all collectively agree in this forum that it's about time that conventional players don't get all the best of the best technology and Islamic players get also the same quality of technology. One is Sharia compliant digital banking. Most of our solutions that we have created are Sharia compliant, and up to date in terms of all the latest technology trends. I won't bore you too much with the details around the technology, but I'd be more than happy to discuss this with you after the session. We have been in the business of building native Sharia solutions as well, and not just banks. We have done a lot of R&D and a lot of research, especially on the customer personas as well, and developed mobile banking first solutions that empower the customer, that provide hyper-personalized experiences and services. And we are not just a solution company, but we consider ourselves to be a proposition company. Our award-winning digital banking suite called DigiBank was architected and created by myself and some of my team to be a digital bank in a box. Whether you are a fintech player going into the market, whether you are a traditional bank, or you are a completely new challenger bank as well. We have created a complete API structured architecture where a customer can work with us, and we provide an end-to-end solution to these institutions. One of the big benefits of our solution is that we are very highly modular in construction. So you don't have to be overcumbered by buying a monolith. You can buy it as per your needs and grow it as you want. The scalability and framework is continuously updated to ensure that it's up to date with the latest practices and architectures. And obviously with the security and compliance as well. So I'm just going to skip to two of our case studies before I hand it over to the next session. As well as one of our biggest success was DIB Pakistan. We were the first organization in Pakistan to go mobile first with the Roshan Bank account. And we had done the project in 22 days from signing all the way to go live. We were the first digital onboarding and capital investment product for Dubai Islamic Bank. We had an 80% conversion rate as opposed to the traditional 50. We reduced their cost by 60%, and as I had mentioned, 22 days to MVP launch with various investment products available. The next one was KFH Jazeel, where 77% of the customer engagement was using our platform, with a 48% increase in cross-sell ratio and an 80% conversion rate, with 60% reduction in acquisition costs. So these are some of the case studies that we have successfully done in the Islamic banking market as well. And I will be more than happy to talk to you about this after the session. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time and focus.
Thank you very much, Mr. Omar Mansour, the engagement lead of the Global Projects Code-Based Technologies Dubai, UAE. In his talk, he made mention about the value of inclusion, transparency, cost, and access as value proposition of financial inclusion in the global market. We also would like to acknowledge our guests who are joining us via Zoom and also via Facebook Live. We have first question to Mr. Constantines, our colleague from Greece. In terms of expansion, one of the challenges of the cryptocurrency and the halal coin across the globe is the issue on breach and the issue on security. What are the challenges that your company currently face and how it is being resolved?
Thank you for this question. Actually, as I said before, the NFT adoption is getting really big nowadays, but it's mostly a matter of the Western culture so far. So our main issue and difficulty actually is how we introduce people of different regional areas like Asia, Middle East into this NFT marketplace. To be honest, we have already contacted with very important persons and also very big organizations, so they will help us promote our token. And not only that, actually we have agreed on creating some of their own collectibles, their digital collectibles, which will be authenticated NFTs, only delivered by our token. And not only that, also put their own NFTs creation or our marketplace NFT platform. So stay tuned and more are coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the co-founder of Takaful Coin from Greece. We also have a question for Mr. Hamdi Terhani. Currently, the global space for the cryptocurrency is around $7.3 billion US. How is your company getting into the edge of the competition? And what comparative advantage you're looking at for your expansion across the platform of the globe?
Thank you. First of all, we have the first mover advantage. So we are heavily positioned in the region. We are in 11 countries around the world, and we are looking up to be more in the MENA region also, to play a big part also here. Our advantages, I see our advantages in our in-house ecosystem, because we have everything in-house, in-house KYC, in-house development of our in-house blockchain, in-house Islamic department, own wallets, own custody, own credit cards, debit cards. So it's a huge ecosystem everybody can profit from.
Thank you very much, Hamdi Tarhani, from the head of the Business Development MENA region of the CIBE Holding AG Switzerland. For our final speaker, you made mention about the value proposition of financial inclusion and also the digital space. What challenges are you seeing in terms of the acceptability and usability of these products and services, especially in terms of policies and the readiness of the countries where you would like to expand, as well as with the rest of our colleagues?
Thank you. So to address this question, one of the challenges that we had basically faced was the availability of the infrastructure within those countries. Every country that we have worked in, especially in countries with a very low or a very high unbankable rate, or very underserved banking rate as well, they have always wanted to go digital, because one, it's efficient, it's cost effective, and at the same time, it's in the long run, it gives them a better advantage to participate on a global financial level as well. So one of the things that we have had an issue with, and we've been solving this because we are partnered with Microsoft and various other organizations as well to provide their cloud and data center services within those countries as well. That has been one issue with us. Another one basically has been not from a regulatory perspective, because once you provide the regulator with the necessary compliance details to go forward, it's a very easy process to basically get the approval for them, especially around a lot of processes, as long as those processes are satiated within their written regulations. The hard part basically comes into, as I had mentioned in my presentation, was the availability of valid documentation, especially when you are doing the onboarding of the customer. As brother had just mentioned, that all the in-house development and KYC is basically done. KYC has always been either the bane of existence for a lot of digital institutions, because customer onboarding is one of the few things that allows digital financial inclusion. It's the base for digital financial inclusion. So in order to get that base and not get fined by the regulator for compliance purposes, it's always been the availability of these documents to be adherent to those technologies, because I cannot consume your documentation if certain things are missing, or if that document is very archaic or ancient. And one of the best examples is if you look at some of the ID cards in Saudi Arabia that they're updating now as well. They're mostly written with, by hand. Some of them are written by hand, or some of them are filled out by hand, especially from the more rural areas. And that basically makes it very difficult to penetrate the market. So those are some of the key challenges that we have basically faced. But ultimately, if you think about the biggest challenge is the mindset. As long as you can conquer that mindset, resistance to change, anything is possible. Oh.
Thank you very much. That completes the session on Islamic fintech, blockchain, and cryptocurrencies to support Islamic microfinance. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Brother Ali, and to host a session. Now I request you to join us at the prize for the people are clapping for your hotel. Please join over here. Yes, brother, question. Yes, please. question. Cancer. Mr. Hamdi, please. Mr. Umar Mansoor. Umar Mansoor. Now I request to Brother Kostman to hand over the plaque to our chair of the session. Please. You can- Yes, yes. Yes, please have a group photo of this panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Now we have only 3 minutes between lunch and the participants. I'm thankful to all the participants who share their valuable knowledge for the blockchains and the cryptocurrencies. And what we believe that the financial technology, future technology will transform the lives of the poor. There are different reasons of the poverty in the world. Sometimes accessibility, sometimes availability of the fund, sometimes availability of the right products. And all those challenges can be addressed through technology. Let me share a couple of my experiences. In Pakistan, the financial inclusion, Pakistan is a country about having a population more than 230 million. Only 19% population have a bank or financial accounts. And 81% people do not have a formal access to the fund. But 97% adult population of Pakistan have a mobile account. So if we will coordinate our banking, financial, insurance, and takaful product with the mobile technology, we can have a big access. And I'm sure the microfinance institution who are here and the microfinance institution who joined us through Facebook and the Zoom right now, they will also think about that how to utilize the technology at the micro level. 5-6 years back, I was in Somaliland. Somaliland is a small country in East Africa. I went out from my hotel and one of the hawker requested me to polish my shoes. I asked, okay. He said, I will take $2. And when he polished my shoes and I give him the $2, he refused to take the hard money. He said, transfer that money to my mobile. I was surprised that a person who do not have a proper cloth, but he is not accepting the hard cash. He's trying to take the digital money. When I saw his mobile, he had the mobile like Nokia 3310. I said, how I transfer? He said, no, I will not take the hard cash. So I appreciate the country like Somalia, Somaliland, even many other African countries who have a very good network of the financial technology, mobile banking, and other product. And definitely by having the financial technology, it is a very good access for the poor people. Anyhow, So now we have a 45 minutes break for the lunch and the prayer, and we will come back after 45 minutes. Where is the lunch? The name of the restaurant. The lunch will be served in the same floor. The restaurant name is AlHuda, I think. So my colleague will guide you where will be the place for where lunch will be the serving. Thank you very much, and looking forward to see you back after 45 minutes. Then we have a two excited session on the different topics of Islamic microfinance. Thank you very much.
I don't have this. I don't have. No, I don't. No, I don't have the USB. It's I have the USB-C, the small one. But I thought that organization had taken in. Who is the? This belongs to the organization. But do you know if they have already uploaded the various?
That I can't know, sir. I am the hotel staff.
Please have a seat. अच्छा बस हाँ हाँ
सेशन 5 में है प्रेजेंटेशन।
हाँ लेकिन कौन सा स्पीकर अवेलेबल नहीं है?
सर इसमें ये यहाँ पे मौजूद है और ये यहाँ पे मौजूद है, बाकी जो है वो ऑनलाइन है।
अच्छा
तो प्लाजा इधर है और क्राउड इधर है।
ठीक है दोनों सेशनों में
हाँ जी सर, 2 फिजिकल हैं, बाकी 4 ऑनलाइन हो गए हैं।
4 कैसे 4 लोग हैं? वो तो इधर ले आऊंगा ना मैं।
ओके सर, 3 ऑनलाइन है इधर।
आप ऐसे लोगों को बुलाई ना।
हाँ जी सर।
ठीक है मुझे पता है कौन है। और ये यहाँ पे मौजूद है।
हाँ जी सर।
I would like to request Mr. Corrado Firiti to join us at the head table. He is the president of Association Microlab Italy. Please, sir. I would like to request Ms. Fiza Rani Pitafi, Program Operation Department, Local Concert Association, Sindh, Pakistan. Please. Please. What we are going to do, we are merging the technical session 4 and 5 so that we have to save our time. And this session will be chaired by Mufti Azizur Rahman, who will join us shortly. And the other panelists of this session are Dr. Mohammad Koresin. He is the head of Islamic Microfinance, Islamic Relief Worldwide United Kingdom. Mr. Parvez Naseem, Chairman and CEO of Ansal Financial and Development Corporation, Canada. And Mr. Zeka Mahmood Rizvi, he is the Director of Zari Taraqqiyati Bank of Pakistan, and he used to be worked with the World Bank as well as an advisor for housing finance. So now I will request to Brother Mohammad Koresin to start his presentation.
Thank you very much, Brother Zubair. Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum, everybody, and good afternoon. I hope you had a refreshing lunch break, not too much heavy food, obviously, that will put you to sleep. My presentation hopefully will not put you to sleep, but I have been tasked with a slightly difficult, challenging undertaking, which is to look at the microfinance situation as we are at the moment. Hopefully you can see my screen now, everybody. Is that visible, Brother Zubair?
Yes, brother, your screen is visible.
Fantastic, excellent. Okay, so thank you very
Brother
much.
Koresin, just hold for 1 minute. There's some technical issue for your voice. Just give us 1 minute. Sorry, I apologize for this technical delay. And I'm very much upset as well that what is the quality of this hotel related to their audio and video arrangement. So, Brother Corazon, we will take you after 10 minutes. Meanwhile, I will request to Mr. Carrero Freity to have a presentation over here. तो चेक आपको पहले करना चाहिए मेरे भाई फिर मेरे ख्याल से आसमानों से फरिश्तों ने आना है Yes, please.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for inviting me from Italy. I'd like to thank Mr. Zubair Mughal for his energy and for having such a wonderful organization. I would also like to thank Mufti Azir Varreman, from who this morning I heard very inspiring words. So thank you. And I'm here as a guest. I'm here to learn. This is my first time that I speak on an Islamic finance conference. I'm quite proud and I'm quite curious and happy to be here. So a few words about myself, just to give you the context about what I'm going to say. I'm going to speak about microcredit and the challenge of making it sustainable in Western Europe. Yes, because microcredit is not sustainable in developed countries. It is extremely difficult to get to break even. There is a say where people say microcredit makes very good to the area, the territory, but kills the operator. So in short, I have been working for a microcredit new venture since 2007. It was a startup. And when I left it in 2017, it was the national leader with 15 branches and something like 100 people staff. So I come from a very positive experience and from a difficult challenge. Since 2017, I work for free for NGO, for association, for foundation, for the non-profit sector. I'm very proud that I can work for free because I can dedicate my soul and my mind to what I'm doing. So let's say, what I did discover during this experience was not only the challenge of trying to make sustainable a very difficult activity, but also I did discover the importance of impact investing. Impact investing is the most important new thing that came that is between charity and for-profit capitals. Because impact investing allows investors to invest on activities that have a social goal and not just the goal of providing dividends. So I'm going to talk now about microcredit and the challenge of how to make it fly, how to make it float, how to make it sustainable. So let's see if I'm able to. Okay, yeah. So let's see what does microcredit provide? First of all, what we call the impact? What is the result of microcredit? Well, it's unbelievable because studies made from universities show that if you do lend, the study was made on all 1,900 small enterprises, and those businesses did receive 27 million euro in lending. So we have 27 million disbursed for almost 2,000 small enterprises. Well, what was the result 5-7 years later? What is the result measured by the university? It's unbelievable because the result was 56 million in terms of benefit for the state, in terms of tax received and non-paid welfare assistance. So the states received almost the double of the disbursement for loan. And second, there was an increased well-being. Almost 80% of the people that did receive a loan did register an important increase in quality of life. The third is that jobs are almost the double of the microcredit enterprises that were born thanks to microcredit. So in short, microcredit has a tremendous impact on the society. No other social tool is so powerful because with microcredit, the state collects something like the double of the amount disbursed. The beneficiary has 8 out of 10 chances to improve the quality of his life. And each microcredit does generate an average of 2 new jobs. So we can say that there is no other so powerful social tools. Now, why microcredit either having so important result is so difficult to break even in Western Europe? For 3 main problems. Let's see. First of all, the demand is quite elusive, is difficult to catch. Because first of all, the more the country is developed, the less will be the so-called TEA, which is the total early stage entrepreneurs. For example, if the country is well developed, not many people want to be entrepreneurs. Not everybody will be waiting, will be expecting a salary, will be expecting a position of employees. So there will be very few people that want to be self-entrepreneurs. So first, the demand is not as high as in percentage on the population if compared to other situations. Second, you have a very high cost of promotion. How can you reach migrants, which is typical segment of potential demand, when my regular migrants in Italy are divided in 30 different nationalities with 30 different languages? There is not a single media. You have to reach different and small cluster of demand. So let's say the segment, the demand is quite elusive, and this translates in high cost of acquisition of a customer. Second, operations are very complex. Operations, you have heavy cost for headquarters, branches. You need a very complex IT platform, and still IT platforms are not so, let's say, standard. You need a platform that needs to be heavily customized. And even the fintech is not changing so much our work, because fintech, the microcredit operators relies on methods that are part similar to the banks of the past century, and part also, let's say, they take their technology from today's world. So microcredit cannot be a fintech operation. It's a mix between last century bank and present techniques. Anyway, you have high cost of operation. Also consider the complexity of compliance to the central bank. Compliance to the central bank normally can cost hundreds of thousands of euros per year. So we said the demand is elusive, you have high operation cost, and the third problem is that there is kind of an uncertainty of economic result. If you ask 3 or 4 operators what is the cost of risk, what is the default, they will give you different answers based on different criteria, because nobody does measure the default and the risk with the same criteria. Second, your financial statement will grow a lot, will grow too much, because the more you disburse for loans, the more portfolio you will have. But the portfolio you have is extremely costly, because if you are disbursing, let's say, 10 million per year, and after 5 years you have a portfolio on your financial statement which is, let's say, 40 or 50 million, 90% of that is debt. Only 10% is equity covering the portfolio, and the debt is expensive. So microcredit brings the operator to have what we call financial hypertrophy, which is you have a too big financial statement. So are there solutions to these 3 problems? Yes, there are solutions. The solution should be quite clear. First, microcredit depends on depends from interaction with retail banking. This is fundamental. Microcredit can survive in Western Europe only if it is combined with 1 or more retail bank. I'll tell you why. Everything else is unrealistically and will fail over time. Why microcredit and retail banking are so, let's say, linked together? Because the bank scraps, what the bank does refuse to lend is a natural client for the microcredit operator. So the bank should, let's say, should transmit a flow of potential clients to microcredit operator. Then the microcredit operator will select among the flow of the consumer that have been rejected. So microcredit has the role of selection. And then after the selection, it will disburse, it will open a new account, and it will finance the new account with the new lending. So the real transformation of unbankable in bankable is made by the microcredit operator at its own cost. The retail banking provides a flow of scraps, and we do transform that flow in bankable clients. Do you think that this can be understood by the retail banking sector? The answer is no. The reason I do not know, but the retail banking are very hard to understand that by giving us the scraps, they will receive back good customers. So to reduce acquisition cost, we need a cooperation with the retail banking. We will open new account. We will pay an average of 20,000 to the account and assume management for 7 years, and we will assume the risk of credit. So finally, if a bank rejects, if the bank does not want to provide me a flow of potential customers, at least the retail banking system should be obliged by the central bank to communicate to the client who has been denied for a credit. They should communicate that there are some social lending operators that can consider him. Do you think that this is happening? No. It would be simple. If you deny a credit, please inform your non-customer that there are other social lending operators that might be interested. So then also what to do with the excess of your financial statement. About the fact that the portfolio credit will be growing in the years too much. And by growing, you will need to get finance for that. You will need to get funding, costly funding to finance your portfolio. Do one thing, make securitization. After 3 years that you have the client on your book, the client will not produce so much interest or commission. So simply take the client and the credit and sell it to some other institution or to some bank that can take it. So reduce the size of your financial statement. And then third, since the credit losses, the default are very important, try to get what's usually possible on the market, which is try to access a guarantee fund in order to lower your credit losses. Finally, I finish by recommending to consider what we call impact investing. I started by telling you that it has been a discovery for me to see that there was a real new economy, which is between charities and for-profit. There is a new big segment of finance, which is called impact investing. So if you want to lower your costs and if you want to have patient and responsible capital, look at the impact investing funds. There are today, if 10 years ago those funds were not so much available, today there is quite a good number of operators, of venture capitalists that are available to separate some amount of money and invest it in social initiatives, aiming at obtaining a social result instead of dividends. This is more or less the architecture of the initiative. So thank you very much. I stay in my 15 minutes. My name is Corrado Ferretti. I'm available for providing you copy of this, providing you copy of the presentation of our association or whatever other different, if you have any question, I'm here, I'm Gmail, so it's quite easy. Thank you very much. It's really a very interesting opportunity for me, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Corrado. It was very fruitful, and of course, great people always perform great job, like our Sri Lankan brother, from Philippines, you from Italy. So yes, it's a great job. Now, I know that this is my running time from office to home to sleep. Yes, you need to sleep. Hello, already you are sleeping. Hello, good morning. Yeah, you are awake. So, but it's my time to sleep. But we have a very interested and energetic speaker, Ms. Fiza, so I will request her to make all of us awake. And she is from Pakistan, Sindh. Okay, online speaker, okay. This Mr. Dr. Muhammad, and he is the head of Islamic Microfinance, Islamic Relief worldwide from United Kingdom. So, فليتفضل مشكورا.
Yes, Brother Korasini, you can proceed now.
Bismillah, Jazakumullah khair, Mufti Saab, for the kind introduction. And sorry, I think the technology is also sleeping, perhaps. So I shared my screen, and I hope that it's visible online and also, in the conference hall. I can't see you, obviously. So I trust, Brother Zubair, that everything is okay. Technology is not sleeping, but we're all ready.
Yes, you can proceed, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So assalamu alaikum, everybody, again, and good afternoon or good morning, Mufti Saab there, for waking up the audience. Thank you very much. That is very kind. Jazakumullah khair. So AlHuda, thank you again for inviting me. Obviously, you've given me a slightly difficult task after lunch, or maybe in the morning, depending how you see the world clock, to look really at the challenges and the progress and the future of Islamic microfinance. And I wanted to do this by, first of all, kind of contextualizing where I come from, and Islamic Relief Worldwide, who I work for. And then also to spend a little bit of time, not too much, on actually reviewing where we are at, and then also looking not at the future, because Mufti Saab, crystal ball gazing is not Sharia compliant, so I cannot tell the future, obviously, but I can maybe express my hopes and aspirations for the future. So this is a difficult slot, obviously, but I hope that I can either, inject you with some enthusiasm for Islamic microfinance, or because I am so depressed or pessimistic, perhaps, when I give my outlook, that you will disagree with me and you will also get very energized by that and you want to prove me wrong. So two options, but I think, inshallah, it will be a productive 15 minutes or so. Right, so let me very briefly tell you about our experience as Islamic Relief, only because, so that you know where I come from and why we believe that our observation as an insider outsider can be helpful for this discussion, and also today in this important event organized by AlHuda, which is now the 10th forum, and I have also been physically in the forums in the past, but unfortunately today it has to be online. So I hope you can still benefit from what I say, and I can also benefit from you. Well, we are actually one of the pioneers of Islamic microfinance, having started in 1994. That's in Bangladesh and Albania, so a very interesting sort of geographical spread from the beginning. We've served over 150,000 clients. We've disbursed $75 million. And we're doing this quite well as well in terms of recovery. So quite a high recovery rate there in the high 90s. And also our footprint operationally is quite wide, spanning all the way from West Africa, Mali, Niger, Chad, to East Africa, Sudan, Kenya, Eastern Europe, Bosnia, Kosovo, Central Europe, Chechnya, Southeast Asia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and also South East Asia, Indonesia, and we're also now starting actually in the Philippines. So some good conversations maybe that we could have as well, also with colleagues there in the conference from the Philippines. Really, really good to see you there. So that's our footprint. So we're doing quite a lot. I have done this for over 25 years, and also we've tried and tested many different delivery mechanisms. We deliver microfinance directly through our field offices. We often also work with community groups directly by facilitating village banks, self-help groups. We also collaborate with commercial banks. We've done this in Kenya, in Sudan, in Pakistan. And also we do have a number of microfinance, Islamic microfinance subsidiaries. So we actually run MFIs as well that are registered financial institutions in a number of areas, particularly in the Balkans. We also have different ways of engaging with beneficiaries. So we do group lending, we do individual lending, and we have used also a whole range of products over the last 25 years. A lot of Qad Hasan, Murabaha, Mudaraba as well, Salam, Muzara, and also Takaful. So a whole range of all the types of products that you can potentially think of. Islamic Relief has been there, has done that. Now, you will ask yourself, Islamic Relief, and some of you know, of course, Islamic Relief is a relief organization. So why do we do microfinance? Why do we do Islamic microfinance? Because in many cases, of course, our beneficiaries, those people that we help after an earthquake, after a tsunami, after even, a man-made disaster and conflict, often, of course, need finance to rebuild their lives. They need finance for economic recovery. They need more than just a loaf of bread. They do need a way of rebuilding their lives and their livelihoods. And microfinance is really playing, and has played for us particularly, a critical role. Now, again, why do we do this directly? Because in the past, and even perhaps today, the Islamic microfinance sector is not yet as developed. As we said in the beginning, we're doing microfinance in over 10 different countries. Very often, Islamic Relief is still one of very few, if not perhaps even the only Islamic microfinance provider in the country. So as a relief organization, we had to sort of step up and actually become a financial service provider because of the lack of Sharia compliant microfinance. That's really the backdrop to what I'm saying. We are, Islamic Relief is £150, $200 million per annum per year operation. So we're not a small player, and we see it necessary to build the alternative financial service system through Islamic microfinance in those cases. And again, this is not because we want to be a microfinance provider, but we have to. Now, reviewing our progress, and I already told you a little bit about how Islamic Relief sort of has progressed through the last 25 years with Islamic microfinance. But now I wanted to actually use the words of CIBE, the consultative group to assist the poor, which is the World Bank's umbrella group for microfinance. All the big donors are sitting on there, all the big MFIs sitting on there. And they have really done some fantastic stuff. CIBE, World Bank, some fantastic stuff with Islamic microfinance. And this is a stock take that they have done in 2015, when they were nearing the end of a 7-year program on researching Islamic microfinance, which included a number of really groundbreaking studies, market sizing studies as well. And a lot that we know today about Islamic microfinance at a global level comes really from CIBE, from the World Bank, Islamic microfinance with the World Bank, with CIBE. What CIBE said really was that some Islamic products are tough to scale. And we're talking, for example, about Salam, really interesting product. We're using it. It is a difficult transaction because it requires a forward sale, or includes a forward sale with farmers very often. It has market risk. It's really a very noble undertaking, but it's not easy to scale. Then they also said that comparing Islamic products to conventional microfinance standards doesn't always work. So a lot of the microfinance players, the conventional microfinance players, for example, report on the mixed market side, which is really a data receptacle for performance of microfinance institutions. It allows investors to see how well an MFI is doing, and it helps investment decisions. Now, of course, if you're doing, for example, as I mentioned, Salam, now this doesn't actually involve, of course, a financial loan, okay, an interest-bearing loan. It's a forward sale. So it's very difficult for a Islamic MFI that uses only Salam or Qad Hasan to actually effectively report on some of these major information exchange sites. And therefore, when we look, or when the world community looks at microfinance, they won't find Islamic microfinance because it's just so difficult to actually get into this discussion because of the different conceptual approaches to financial intermediation, if you like, in Islamic finance as compared to conventional finance. Now, CIBE also said sustainability is possible, and I'm very impressed there with my previous speaker about the kind of challenges around sustainability. CIBE says exactly the same. It will take significant investment to make microfinance sustainable, and sustainable here means that an operation can cover its operating expenses through the revenue it generates by providing financial services. Okay, so that type of sustainability does require a lot of money investment, and that hasn't really happened yet in Islamic microfinance. Now, CIBE also said we need more time to research how these products are working and who's using them. And again, CIBE has done some outstanding work on research, and unfortunately had to discontinue it because it's not really their core kind of mandate, the Islamic finance side of things. And also, interesting enough, they did, however, observe growth. So when they started out in 2008, it was about 250 MFIs, Islamic MFIs that they identified. And in 2015, it was over 1,000. So even CIBE at the time did experience or saw and witness some of the growth in the sector that we also can see today. Now, very quickly over to you, and I need, please, Mufti Sahab, I need your help very quickly with this, and also Brother Zubair online. I just have a quick kind of question to the audience about this progress. Your view, I want to take on board very quickly. A very quick show of hands. Do you think since 2015, the Islamic microfinance sector has made progress? Yes, no, maybe. Quick show of hands there, please, in the audience. Just raise your hand if you think yes, we have made progress. And Mufti Sahab, can you please count for me?
Yes, so for the first raise hand, who is in favor of yes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 6. Okay, for the second option, no. No one. For the third option, maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, the third option is more than 10.
Excellent. Jazakumullah khair, Mufti Sahab. So we have an overwhelming maybe, but lots of positive yeses as well. Well, excellent. That's really, really good. Now I will share with you very briefly where I think we are at. And again, using now our experience as Islamic Relief, 25 years of Islamic microfinance all over the world, and you might now want to call me a pessimist because my outlook, or my assessment is maybe a little bit more cautious. Now, on the product side of things and the scale, I think we've seen, especially with AlHuda, and mashallah, we had Dr. Amjad Saqib this morning, and AlHuda, of course, speaking about their experience, their very successful experience with Qad Hassan, and the scale that AlHuda is producing is phenomenal, mashallah. So certainly a product like Qad Hassan can be scaled. It does require, of course, a lot of input, a lot of funding from donors to make that happen, but it's certainly scalable. Now, other products, I haven't really seen a lot of very big scale Salam, for example, or Mudaraba, profit and loss sharing arrangements. So I'm giving this a maybe, okay? On the standards, now we have the Accounting and Auditing Organization for Islamic Financial Institutions, AOIFI, that issues really global standards for Islamic finance. Now, these standards are primarily for banks. Of course, banks make up perhaps, at least in terms of capital, the majority of the Islamic financial services sector. These standards are not necessarily that applicable to microfinance. So let me use Qad Hassan, for example. Qad Hassan, under OIFI standard, you are allowed to actually recover your direct cost from the beneficiary, and this is not interest, Sheikh will know this, but it is an allowable deduction of your direct cost. Now, an organization like AlHuda could do this, for example, but it might also have indirect costs, but it does only provide Qard Hasan. So in logical terms, all its costs are actually direct. In accounting terms, we divide between indirect and direct costs, and not all the costs are recoverable. Now, that really makes it difficult, of course, for microfinance organizations that rely very heavily on Qard Hasan to become sustainable. Now, similarly with microfinance standards, you might be familiar with the SMART campaign or the universal standards for client protection. Now, they focus a lot on indebtedness. Again, I'm using the example of Salam. We're not lending here to the farmer, we're actually trading with the farmer. Okay, so indebtedness is not actually a factor, a risk factor in a Salam transaction, or in a Mudaraba transaction where we're actually sharing profit and loss with the beneficiary. So again, these microfinance standards that come out of conventional sector haven't really yet adjusted themselves to the Islamic principles that underlie our work. The sustainability and investment side of things, again, not much has happened really there. Microfinance institutions, especially now with COVID, Islamic microfinance institutions have become less sustainable. We are not as tough, of course, because of the Quranic injunction to be lenient with a debtor, of course, we are not very tough with debt collection. And therefore, of course, some of the investments are also not really happening in the way that we've seen this in the conventional sector. Research, again, CIBE has stopped working on directly working on Islamic microfinance, and therefore we don't know that much at a systemic level. There are some really fantastic individual studies, qualitative and quantitative studies in Islamic microfinance that have come out over the years, but we're really missing that big picture knowledge that we do need to know. And the growth, well, maybe what we've now realized is that perhaps some of the organizations that we are now looking at are actually Sharia compliant. I mean, people from, we might have colleagues here with us today from Indonesia will say to us that maybe we have even 3,000 or 4,000 Baitul Mal Tamwils in Indonesia themselves. So we have a very large Islamic microfinance sector. Now, these organizations might not necessarily self-identify as microfinance because it's its own, the BMT movement has its own qualities. And therefore, or others might not necessarily be so easily detectable. So on the growth, I think maybe. So overall, as you can see, it's a bit of a mixed picture. Maybe I'm a bit more of a pessimist. Now, how can we, look to the future with this sort of slightly pessimistic view? Well, I think it's a good thing to be critical. Okay, and we can also learn also from how the conventional sector has developed. Well, one of the things really that we need in the future is more funding. Let's say money. It's really absolutely critical that we do get some more private sector investments in. We do not have a Sharia compliant microfinance investment vehicle, for example, which is absolutely critical in the conventional sector. Also, bilaterals and multilaterals are not funding microfinance in this concerted way that we have seen, for example, USAID, DFID in the 1990s and 2000s really pushing a lot of funding into the conventional microfinance sector to make it what it is today.
Dr.
Now,
Muhammad,
yes, I'm just wrapping up, Brother Zubair, if that's okay.
we have to be Sharia compliant as well. Okay, you are taking more 4 minutes. Other people are waiting.
Okay, let me just conclude then.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, sure.
Yes, so basically what I want to invite you to is join me in a platform for action. The microfinance forum that Brother Zubair AlHuda is organizing is a very good thing. It's an annual event. We need a permanent working group, really, which I want to invite you to. So please feel free after this session to contact me. Here's my email address. I have set up already a LinkedIn group with some Islamic microfinance professionals that we would really like you to join. And there we want to explore issues around investment, Sharia compliance and standards, and also how we can make microfinance perform better and publicize those performance impacts that also the previous speaker has mentioned today, that microfinance and Islamic microfinance as an ethical alternative can provide. And that's really it. Thank you very much, and forgive me for slightly overrunning, and I hope that we can have a really good discussion about this.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, and Jazakallah khair and Barakallahu feek. All the audience are clapping for you, and inshallah we'll see you next time. There is a good news, but something is we have more online two speakers. Are you ready to listen? Huh? Okay. And the good news is after this session, there is only one more session. So this is the merging of two sessions. So don't worry, inshallah, before Maghrib, we'll go back and we'll sleep. Okay, so you can sleep nicely at the full night. Don't go to Expo or Global Village, otherwise you will spend the whole night there. Okay, take rest. So now our next speaker is Mr. Parvez Naseem. He is Chairman and CEO Ansar Financial and Development Corporation, Canada. So welcome, Mr. Parvez Naseem, and you have only 10 minutes. So your time is start now. Please take care of your time.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum. It's 7 o'clock in the morning in Toronto. Anyway, let's start. Models of Islamic microfinance, private and semi-public funded institutions, community funded institutions, charities funded institutions, and government funded institutions. And let me explain. Private and semi-public, these are mostly Islamic interest-free credit unions. Most of credit unions are funded by members with their savings and investment. Private investments are also sought on Murabaha and or Mudaraba basis. Users of funds can be non-members, thus there is a public oversight by regulators. Members' deposits are accepted in savings and checking accounts. Funds can be obtained such as through musharaka transactions for small businesses. Credit unions distribute their profit as rebate or dividends. So these are the main features of this particular model. Community funded model, these are Islamic or interest-free financial cooperatives. Islamic cooperatives are funded from the savings and investment by the shareholders or members. The main concept and purpose of cooperative is mutual help and benefit. That's the main purpose, mutual help. Members are helping members. Some members have investments, savings, whereas some need money for various purposes, business, for house purchase, etc., car purchase. In cooperatives, majority of business transactions are done by members only. Limited business can be done by non-members if permitted by the legislation or regulations. So there are certain restrictions in cooperatives that they cannot deal with non-members. Members' investment can only be done through purchase or sale of shares or investment certificates. There are no deposits accepted in cooperatives. They are not like a bank or credit union. Most cooperatives are non-profit and modeled as a service rather than a business. And that's the whole purpose and concept of cooperatives, that they are non-profit, although they are allowed to give dividend on the investment of the members. Cooperatives' net income is distributed as dividend among the shareholders. The third category is the charities funded institutions. Most charity funded institutions are established as waqf and trusts. In many Muslim countries, there are thousands of private and public waqf institutions. Many properties like masajids, schools, guest houses, hospitals, etc. are part of waqf institutions. These were established as a service to the community. Income from such properties are spent for those specific purposes. Some early Muslims even had established waqf properties for drinking water stalls for humans as well as for animals. And this has been the tradition in many Muslim countries that such facilities were provided through waqf for the benefit of the community and individuals and also for animals. Many such waqf and trusts have been used for short-term emergency interest-free loans for needy with jewelry and or property given as security as a service to the community. And this was a very important method for many masajids, for example. They had some funds available, so they were able to provide those funds for short-term loan in the neighborhood, and they were given the security by the jewelry or some property by the people who borrowed money for short-term. And of course, there was no interest in this. This is a service. All such institutions are non-profit and are managed by advisory management committee or trust. So this is the governing structure for these charities and waqfs or aqafs as they call it. There is this fourth category is government funded institutions. For various purposes, government and government agencies provide funds, help, support for various projects and purposes under the legislation. So for a specific purpose, a fund is established by any government, federal, provincial, or state government, or any agency of the government to fund such projects of whatever is happening in the community for short term or long term. For example, there are some government agencies which provide funding for export promotion. So some importers are importing products and they need funding. So the host government provide the funding for the exporter. Emerging trend, well, many new concepts are being developed in various parts of the world. Various small community-based efforts are more successful in many countries, and that's what we see. Is individuals and groups in the small communities, they have successfully established such microfinance institutions to help the local community. Some are still in experimental stages. Yes, of course, there are various steps are being taken, and they are just experimenting these. Sharia compliance in some cases are still a concern. So this is a challenge for the operators and those who want to promote this, that there are still some issues which have not been resolved as far as Sharia compliance is concerned. Compliance with various government regulations and taxation issues are major challenges. And of course, in many countries, especially in Western countries, this is a big challenge to comply with the local government regulations and of course the tax issues. This is just a reminder for us, the fundamental concept for us. Remember, وَلِلَّهِ مَا فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَمَا فِي الْأَرْضِ. So whatever we do, keep this in mind, and whatever for Allah, whatever is in the heaven and in the earth. We human beings come to this world with nothing, not even with a diaper. We leave this world with nothing material. Only our good deeds and bad deeds go with us in our graves. That's what we need to keep in mind and focus whatever we do to promote and establish any Islamic finance institution or microfinance institution. So in other words, we, the human beings, do not really own anything in this world, are just a trustee. And that's what we need to focus ourselves, that we are just a trustee, not the owner and managers or executives. Will have to account for any and all breaches of this trust, abuse, misuse, and injustice. So this is very important for us as an operator, as a manager, as a shareholder even. That's how I conclude my presentation. Because lack of time, I don't want to spend more time, and hope that you will be able to benefit from the next session, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Jazakallahu khairan, Parvez Naseem Saab, and Barakallahu Feek. Very short and fruitful within the time. So once again, thank you very much. Our next online speaker is Mr. Zayed Muhammad Rizvi. He is director of Zari Taraqqiyati Bank of Pakistan. So please welcome Mr. Zayed Muhammad Rizvi. And Rizvi Sahib, your time is also only 10 minutes and your time starts from now.
Thank you very much. I am trying to share my screen. Is it shared or not?
Yes, we see it.
Anyway, I'm trying to share my screen.
Yeah, your screen is clear. We see it.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. So let me just say that you see my subject is slightly different in the sense that ensuring the rural empowerment in microfinance institutions. The reason I try to cover it for two reasons. One is that about 3 years before, for an international institution, we carried out a study of financial inclusion, more so with the focus on low-income habitat and the rural population. And something very strange we discovered was that each and every person who was responding to the survey was saying that we don't understand what is Sharia compliant, but we do like to have a finance, institutional finance, only if it is halal. So that means almost the entire clientele in the low-income segment and more so in the rural habitat, it has to be the products which are easy to understand for them, number one. And number two, that someone to assure that is Sharia compliant. Okay, as you know that we have seen since morning that Pakistan, the microfinance institutions are doing a lot of work, good work. There has been a progress about 6% quarterly basis in the clientele, about 8 million clients, and there are leading institutions. But this is very positive side, but what is the negative side is, which I perceive that not much data is available, but their penetration into the rural habitat is very nominal. There is a national rural support program they are trying to do a little bit, but not really much. AlHuda is now attempting to enter into the rural habitat. But even if when they move to the rural habitat, their penetration to the female gender is almost non-existent. The reason is really not, we have not been able to develop those products where the rural female population could be economically engaged. So this is one issue we find that needs to be addressed. And I will discuss now that there are reasons that the people have not been able to do that. Not many products have been worked out. And in my next few slides, I will give you the case study of the Grameen and how they really did that. And that's why we are now trying to do in Pakistan to ensure the productive business avenues for the rural female population so that they could really do a lot of engagement in the economic activities and also ensure the empowerment. Even in the housing finance in the rural and urban areas, what we are now trying to do is that if the housewife is also the co-borrower, co-applicant and co-owner, meaning that the interest rates will be given as subsidies to ensure that the housewife is also having a feeling of empowerment, the house belongs to her as well. And this is even at the microfinance level, and even we're doing the rural housing, because in the rural, it's basically even the housing finance is falling into the microfinance category. So what are the challenges? Number one challenge is that addressing them, and the rural habitat, having institutionalized network, trying to develop the products, helping them out more in how to really develop, which is again, Grameen offers a very successful model that they used to do lots of counseling in the rural areas. Then the banks like the agriculture bank, where the main target is the rural habitat, should really come forward. And I will next few slides will show that they are already at the moment working on how to really empower the rural habitat with a focus on the female gender. But that what we really need is the research and the agro-based products. And that's where we are really lacking. And when Dr. Yunus started somewhere in 70s, his model of Grameen, he went to the villages and he developed, for example, all the rural habitats, very interesting, that the female like to do the stitching, cloth stitching, embroidery, and these kind of things, pottery. So he tried to develop their community-based groups. And first thing he started was with the garment industry, where I'll give you some examples of that. So what we really need to do is do the research, develop those products, and we need to really develop the supply chain management, meaning linking that rural habitat, developing those products, manufacturing those products under the micro activities, and then they have a link very economically efficient and very effective with the end user market. So another thing, what we really need to do is that energy efficiency, because in the most of the developing countries like Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, the rural habitat is not energy or electricity empowered. They are either underserved or unserved. And the female gender, they would like to work after Maghrib, and maybe another 2-3 hours if the affordable electricity is available. Kerosene lamps and all that are quite expensive, so the husband won't let them work. Number one, they are not sufficient enough electricity and light. Number two, they are quite expensive. So they would like to have more affordable energy through, like, say, solar empowerment. Okay, the Grameen Bank, I won't go into detail of this, but we all know that Dr. Yunus institutionalized his concept, as I discussed, somewhere in 80s. And he went to the villages, mobilized a group of people, developed the garment industry, and then now many other industries, a group of people without any collateral. And the collateral was the social collateral, meaning if a group of 10 female gender would be working on a garment industry in a village, that is the social collateral that each and every one within that group will be ensuring that if anyone will default or this community will default, the next waiting, the group of 10 from the same village would keep an eye on them, whether they are working, whether they're utilizing the money, whether they're doing the work honestly. So that was social collateral worked so well that in Grameen, the default rate is almost nil. Like in Pakistan, AlHuda Foundation is largely also working on the same model. I think Dr. Amjad must have told you that about 98% or 99%, in certain cases, they are in fact 100% recovery rate. So today, this thing which he started, Dr. Yunus in Bangladesh, from the village-based garment industry, that linking that with the main industry, meaning the garment industry in the cities, supplying them the raw material, getting the products made. Over a period of time, the skills developed so much that today the garment exports are the key and main exports of Bangladesh. Bangladesh is earning last year about $37 billion through the garment exports. And in the garment industry, 90% plus workforce is the female gender. In many cases in Bangladesh, we find that the female is the main bread and butter earner of the family. So that's where we see that through these kind of concepts, not only we empower the women, we also improve the economy of the country. And I think this garment industry, Dr. Yunus' original model, expanding into this macro level of $37 billion worth of exports is one great example. I mean, as we all know that they would form the group, then they will say that, okay, the loans went to the female. Even today, they're not really big amount, $100 to $150 per loan, 98% recovery. And what we see is the small groups are now developing more even in the cities, but primarily the whole of rural, because in Bangladesh, it's very difficult to find what is rural area, what is urban area, while the major metropolitans like Dhaka and all that there are called urban, but otherwise because of its own geography and limitations, there is a large number of areas which could otherwise be called rural area. So this empowerment of the female gender has really done miracles there. Now, in Pakistan, what initiative we have taken? What we have done is that, you see, there's already a national rural support program, which is focusing on the rural empowerment, but not really too much on the female gender. Reason very simple, that for the employment of the female gender, you have to develop some products. You have to really teach them. You have to really make them aware, and then initial assistance to them, how to really mobilize and develop those productions into economies of scale, and then linking that. So that way, this is where the female gender could be really playing a role, but they need more empowerment, not only empowerment in terms of money and financial inclusion, but also empowerment of awareness and how really to do and develop those business models, both on the supply side of raw materials and the supply marketing of the end products. AlHuda, as we all know, having more than 4 million workforce. I'm one of the volunteers and honored to be the volunteer of Dr. Amjad. We are working already on the AlHuda Microfinance, but they're also now working more aggressively in the micro housing finance. And AlHuda has done about more than 16,000 housing units actually delivered on ground with almost zero default. So the AlHuda is doing the second thing is, the third thing is the agriculture bank in Pakistan. I happen to be a director on the board of agriculture bank. And there we said that, look, here we need to develop a research and new products committee wing, where we are trying to develop what could be the products which are already rural based, could be really supplied from the villages with more value addition rather than selling the raw material like the sugar, raw sugar and all that to the city or pulses or something. We need more value addition within the village and send them to the supply, and trying to cut down the intermediary roles, what we call the arti roles, and then give more value addition to the villages and much cheaper products to the cities. So for this, ZTBL has done lots of products work, and they have developed the pilot projects. In the next few slides, I'll just give you a few glimpses of those.
Rizu Sahab, sorry to interrupt you. Your time is already finished.
Okay, these are the products. Like see the raw sugar packing and all that, cheese packing and all that. So flour and all that in the villages, fish farming in the villages, supplying to the market. So the poultry, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, shukran and jazakallahu khairan. Now the next speaker is Ms. Fiza Rani. She is Program Operation Department, Provincial Coordinator, Local Council Associations in Pakistan. And her topic is role of Islamic microfinance with special focus on rural women. Please take care of time. Huh?
Yeah, but I need my slides.
Your presentation.
Yeah, I need my PPTs.
Okay, she's here.
Good evening and assalamu alaikum everyone. All those who are awake and all those who are sleeping. While sitting there, I could see half of the people are already sleeping.
You are requested to give the proof of women contribution, how they can contribute, how can they do for the community. Just
Yeah. So because I have just 10 minutes, so I'll try to make it as short as I can. I am presenting here Pakistan and also the local council associations in my organization. Let me introduce my organization. This is basically a non-profit and non-government, non-political organization. And the main objective of this organization is to ensure the stable and independent local democracy in order to make the betterment of the society. So this organization have three other sisters organization, like I am working for LCA Sindh. There is also LCA Punjab, LCA KPK, and LCA Balochistan. So each province has its own organization. They are independent organization, but the main objective of all of them is same. So LCA was established in 2007, and it was established by a group of philanthropists, and it is spreaded over the 1,270 union councils. Basically, we have volunteers in all over the Sindh. So there are 1,270 union council in the Sindh, and each union council we have our volunteers. So our main office in the Karachi, but we also have a regional offices in the different cities like Sheikh and Hyderabad. To sum up these objectives, as I already told you, that our main purpose is just to make the local government stronger, because for any nation, the local government, the strong local government is very important. Because, for example, if a villager have any problem, if a citizen have any issue, he can't go directly to the MP or MNA to tell their problem. For example, I am elected as a councillor of my village. Then I know that who is who, what are the issues of the native people, and they can directly access me as well. So I must have a certain amount of money given by the government, then I can solve their problems. If it is out of my domain or my money is not enough to resolve that problem, then I can take that issue to the chairman, district chairman. Then district chairman will solve the issue. If he can't, then he can further communicate the issue to the MNA or MP. But that citizen can't directly access the MNA and MP, especially in Pakistan. It is very difficult to access politicians. So our area of operation, we are working in all over the Sindh, especially these days we have 2 different projects by European Union, and our operations for these projects are in district Sheikh and Noshiro Feroz and Larkana. So our organization is managed by the experienced board of directors. There are 7 different members chosen from the 7 different districts of the Sindh, and they are representing their districts. They work for free. They don't charge anything. This is our organogram. Okay, so basically we started our journey with the help of microfinancing. Like in 2007, UNDP started its project that is called Devolution Trust for Community Program. And under this program, in each district, I mean the 4 provinces of each district of each province, like 36, there are total 36 districts in the whole country. So in each district, 1 DT means devolution trust was opened. And these trusts combinedly make those organizations. As I told you that there is a separate LCA for each province. So I shall stick to the Sindh because I belong to LCS. Then these DTs made LCAs, and the fund given by UNDP to the DTs were given to the LCAs in the form of microfinance. There was a very minimal amount of interest on it. But as in 2011, there was a lot of flood and heavy rain in the Pakistan. So that interest was removed and these people were not supposed to pay anything. So this LCA made 7,000 different CCBs. These are community centers, and these each CCB consists of 25 members, and these are the local people, the people who belong to that particular village or that particular city. And these CCBs are still active, and they are voluntarily working for us, and that was the huge achievement at the part of LCS. So here I would like to highlight an issue that, as Dr. Zegam said, that they have started AlHuda Microfinance, and there is a rural support program. But I would like to highlight that civil society organization means the local NGOs, they play a very important role when it's about the sustainable development of any country. Be it human rights, it's a social issues, it's economic or political issues, CSOs always come forward. But unfortunately, I don't know about the other countries, but in Pakistan, there is hardly any microfinance, independent and private microfinance, which use or utilize these CSOs as a middle body to highlight or to counter that particular groups of the people who are really deserving, because we already have database. We already have information about the people who are deserving, but we can't utilize that data because we have a limited money, right? So if there are microfinancer who want to cater those particular groups, we can also help them, and we don't charge anything for that. But you can have a specific and accurate database that can be utilized. So through this microfinancing, which I already discussed, we gave really a lot of services during from 2007 to 2011. In 2010, when there were a lot of floods in the whole country in general, and in Sindh provinces specific, then LCS provided medical services, medicines, and there were medical booths for 24 hours in Sakhar, in Tata, in almost all over the province. So there were doctors who were serving 24 hours. There were shifts, the morning shift and the evening shift. And we also rehabilitated around 124 buildings from that money. These included different schools, different health units, and other civil buildings. Apart from this, from 2007 to 2011, there are around 7,000 different schemes which we have rehabilitated from that money. We have worked with UNDP and European Union, so many other sponsors. But when we talk about the local microfinancer or the international microfinancer, there are very few. Only government, Pakistan government, especially Sindh government, is working. That is, the program is called National Rural Support Program, and it has limited money, and the NGOs which is catered by that particular program are limited, SRSO and few others. We are not from them. But yes, we also have created link. We have record of working with those organizations as a middle body. This is the structure of local government in Pakistan. So you can see that there is a district, the chairman, then there is a tehsil, at tehsil level, then union council, and after union council there is a village. At village level, LCS has developed different groups which are directly connected to the people living over there. So they can directly communicate with them if they have any issues, and they come up with that issues, and we try to help them out through different strategies. So we have played a role in the poverty eradication. We have done different initiatives. Some of them are directly affecting and other one are indirectly. For example, we provide laptops. Recently, we have provided incubators in a hospital because in Sakkar, especially in interior Sindh, there is no any incubator for babies in the hospital. There were only 2 incubators and they were very expensive. They charge 6,000 for 1 hour, and that was not possible for a poor person to afford. So we gave them 10 incubators and also the lot of sewing machines and laptops for students, likewise the hand pumps. We also provide trainings on wash, sanitations, and yes, we also arrange the different training sessions for the politicians, policymakers, who can further, if they don't have knowledge, most of the politicians don't have knowledge of anything. So they just come up and they don't know much about the laws, acts, and policies. So we educate them and then further they, cooperate with us. So there are different challenges mentioned in the PPT, but in short, that as social media is very active these days and people are no more living in the, caves. So they have access to the social media. They know how to live a decent life, but they don't have money to materialize the things. So I think we can help them out combinedly, all those financiers who have the amount and all those organizations who are implementing it, and we as a middle body can reconnect them. So we just want to establish networking with the national and international microcredit, microfinance institution to support poor masses of Sindh. And LCS will provide support, facilitate institutions, organization through LCS Union Council level network spread all around Sindh. Here I would like to add one thing at the end. I'm done, Moli sahab. That I myself belong to a village, and I am part of political and tribal family where women are not allowed to go to school. And I have fought really hard, and I know that the girl who belong to that kind of society and don't have money to, I was lucky that I had a very good financial support. But those who can't afford, they are really living a very hard life, and they can't imagine of life beyond the, fulfillment of their basic necessities. So I think we just sitting in those 5-star hotels and discussing the policies won't make work. We all need, as an individual and collectively, we need to work on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Faiza, and we will pray that may Allah give success to those they are helping other in a Sharia compliant way, in a good way, and inshallah, we'll see you again. So this session come to the end, and we are skipping the 2 things. One is your favor, one is not in your favor. One is in your favor that we are skipping question answer session, so it will start the next session. And the other one, we are speaking the tea break, so just remain seated and just finish the session.
Okay.
So this
Thank you
session
very much.
also come to the end, and inshallah the last session will be started soon.
Thank you very much, Mufti Sahab. Now I request to Mufti Aziz to come on the stage and hand over the plaques to our honorable speakers. Brother, please. Brother Corrado, please hand over the plaque to Mr. Corrado. And now I request to Ms. Fiza Rani Pitafi to come on the stage. Please have a group photo with the panelists. Yes. Yes. Yes, thank you very much. Please have a seat. Thank you very much, all the learned speaker, Dr. Khorasin from UK and Islamic Relief UK, and Mr. Parvez Naseem, the founder of Ansar Cooperative Canada, which is the one of the largest Islamic financial institution in Canada. They started their operation about 30 years before, and that was the first organization in North America who started Islamic financial operation in Canada. And I also would like to thank Mr. Zeka Mahmood Rizvi. Mr. Zeka Mahmood Rizvi was the director of Mizan Bank, which is the largest Islamic bank of Pakistan. Then he set up and he was the chairman of Koit Takaful Company, and then he was the chairman of Takaful Pakistan. He set up 2 Takaful companies in Pakistan, and now he's serving as a director of Zari Tarakkiyati Bank. So thank you very much, brother Zaka Mahmood Rizvi, for your insight. Now I request to Mr. Wan Hon Zong. He is the responsible of the Holland Intertech China to come on the street to sign one MOU and the agreement with storage group. I will also request to Mr. Sultan Umar to join us at the street for the signing of the MOU between our own Intertech China and the storage group UAE. Please. This is an agreement between the 2 eminent organizations for selling of some properties and some dedicated units between the 2 organizations. And the storage group is a famous group of UAE, which is involved in insurance, real estate, cryptocurrencies, and many other areas. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sardar sir. Please have a seat. I am very much ashamed to contradict with Mufti Azizur Rahman about the tea break. I received a message from outside that if you will delay for the tea break, then all the cookies which they made will be gold. So we will have a very short tea break for 10 minutes. I will request to have a running tea. You will take the tea and come to your seat. Then we will go for the last session. Mufti Sahab, with due apologize. We are going for the tea break. I remember when I was in the university, I contacted to one Mufti. He replied me that I am the person who will make your nikah and I will be the person who will offer your janaza prayer as well. So at that time, I do not contact to the Muftis, but with due apologize, let's have a tea break and then we will come back. There will be a very short session for 45 minutes in which we will summarize the global experiences of Islamic microfinance. We will have a speaker from 6 different countries who will share their experiences of microfinance and Islamic microfinance. There will no presentation in that session. There will not any online presentation. It will be only a panel discussion. So have a only 10 to 15-minute tea break, take your tea and cookies, come back so that we will finish our event on time. Thank you very much. Have a tea break, please. Thank you. We have a different guidelines how to tackle the poverty. Luckily, in Islam, we have a very big chapter that how to tackle the poverty issues. And by the way, when we compare Islamic finance or Islam with other religion, we came to know that Islam is the only religion in the world where poverty alleviation is the religious obligation for the Muslims. While in the other religions, they are mostly work for the concept of social responsibility. But unfortunately, the region where the poverty alleviation is the religious obligation, the Muslim countries are at the high risk of the poverty. During the tea break, one of the participants asked me that when we talk about Islamic microfinance, from where you derived Islamic microfinance? Basically, we derived Islamic microfinance or Islamic banking or Islamic finance product from 4 major sources. We derive some Islamic financial products from the holy books of Muslims, which is Quran Pak. About 30 to 30% product or concept which we are being utilized in Islamic banking industry, we derive from Quran. That is the first source of Islamic microfinance product. The second source of Islamic microfinance product is Sunnah. The practice, activities, and the saying of our Holy Prophet. And the third source is Ijma and Ijtihad. Basically, these are the 4 major sources from where we derived Islamic microfinance product. So now I request to the panelists of the last panel discussion. I would like to request Ms. Asleen from the Banking and Finance Insurance Institute of Nepal. Please join us at the stage. Then we have Mr. Paul, Team Leader of Financial Services, Mercy Corps, Uganda. Please join us at the stage. And we have Min Bahadur Bora, Vice President of NMBA, Nepal. Please join us at the stage. And I would like to request Mr. Stakatullah Khan, Senior Vice President of AlHuda Center for Islamic Banking and Economics. Please join us the stage as well. Ms. Islin, it will be a pleasure to join us at the stage as well. And we have one, yes, please. We have one online panelist of this session, Dr. Vinod Acharya, the Managing Director of Banking and Finance and Insurance Institute of Nepal. He will be with us through online. तो माइक काट देना. So thank you very much for all the panelists to have a very good time with us. I have a first question with Mr. Binod, that what is the landscape of microfinance in Nepal? And what type of microfinancial products are being utilized in Nepal's market? And what do you think, what would be the future of Islamic microfinance products in a country like Nepal, where Muslims are in the minorities? Thank you very much. Stage is yours.
Thank you, Juwari. Can you hear me? First of
Yes.
all, am I audible?
Yes, please.
Am I visible over there or not visible?
Your presentation is the visible.
Okay, so do you want me to go with the presentation or just few words from me?
I think so. Words would be very good because your words will be representing your whole the presentation.
Okay, so then let me just go on with the presentations very quickly. That will try to answer some of your questions that you have posed to me.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Please.
Okay, so I think first of all, thank you very much for connecting me with the distinguished delegates across the world. Let me just introduce Nepal, where Nepal is. I think you have seen the presentation. Nepal is in the laps of the Himalaya. It is a beautiful country. That is what I would say. And the country, we can say the country is of Himalaya, the birthplace of Lord Buddha, the country of natural beauty, the country of Bir Gorkhalis, the country of hospitable people, and also a country of the many spices across the world. I want to touch more on the macroeconomic situation of Nepal because we do have a lack of time. So basically our GDP growth is about 4%. That is what we have estimated right now. The banking sector is quite strong right now. We have a non-performing loan of 1.89%. This denotes that the banking sector is quite strong. Even in the pandemic period, we have been able to do a lot. And the banks are able to generate profit during this difficult time as well. Now, microfinance is a heavily regulated institution in Nepal. It is the central bank who regulates the microfinance institutions. And then one of the most pressing need for the global community is that now the social mission of the microfinance seems to be diluted by the commercial mission. That is what we can share the experience from Nepal. Whereas the main theme of the microfinance should have to be the social mission, which I do feel that it is getting diluted with the entrance of the viable business model in Nepal as well. I hope this is the same in other parts of the world. I would say that the microfinance has played a great role in the financial inclusion. It has enhanced social inclusions. It has fostered the inclusive growth. It has opened the block opportunity for the poor people. And then definitely poor became bankable without collateral thanks to the microfinance. And in Nepal, microfinance has emerged from the donor support. There were so many projects in the beginning, and later on it has become a business model. It has become the business model. And now all the banks and financial institutions, commercial bank, development banks, finance company, microcredit institutions, saving and credit cooperatives, they are bound to lend 5% of their total credit as a deprived sector loan to the microfinance sectors. So, as I said that it was donor driven in the earlier, now it has become a viable business model. As to the number, some of the performance of the microfinance, there are about 70 microfinance institutions across the country. It has covered all the district. It has employed about 20,872 employees. This is what we have over the year. And then the number of clients that is served by the microfinance is about 5.19 billion, and then it is increasing every year. And one of the most important thing is that the microfinance is doing good, as the non-performing loan is about 2.64%. So this shows that even in the pandemic period, the microfinance in Nepal has been able to generate some profit. Although there are challenges of that. Capital fund contributes only 7%, saving deposit 36%, and borrowing. That is the main sources of fund for the microfinance. And the interest rate is fixed by the central bank. It is about 15%. And the microfinance, they do lend around 10 to 15%. That is what we have right now. And the source of fund is the greatest challenge for the microfinance in Nepal. And then the size of the loan with collateral is about $12,000. That is with collateral, and without collateral, without loan, yes, without collateral, it is about $4,000. We could say that, and with the collateral, it is about $12,000. And the microfinance are required to maintain all the capital adequacy, resource mobilization, 30-time loan loss provision as per the Central Bank of Nepal. So we can say that the contribution in terms of development by the microfinance has been very good. It has helped to reduce poverty, access to finance, women empowerment, and branch network all over the country, and many more. Means basically recognition of poor are bankable. And then in Nepal, there was a study which was led by me with the UNCDF project, and that was 2 years back. That denote that 82% of the Nepalese adults are financially included. 61% are formally included, and 40% are currently banked. So only the banks, if you take only the banks, it is 40%. If you look into the banks and other financial institutions, including the microfinance, then we claim that 82% of the Nepalese adult, they are within the reach of the finances. Most challenges in Nepal currently is the competition and multiple borrowing and over indebtedness. That is what we do believe in the microfinance sector over here. And reaching to ultra poor, normally the size of the loan is slightly higher in Nepal. As a result of that, it is the rich people or it is the middle class people. They have access to the microfinance credit, and basically the ultra poor who should be getting the microfinance loan, I think they are not reached right now. So this is the reason I am saying that the social mission of microfinance is getting diluted in Nepal with the commercialization and the profitability. Limited sources of fund and some other issues that has to be taken care of in Nepalese case. Poor financial literacy, ICT, weak corporate governance, high cost of operation, interest rate. These are some of the issues that we have seen. Future, I could see that as it is the vehicle for the poverty reduction, and it is one of the most important vehicle for reaching to the ultra poor. I think globally the future of microfinance is bright, but still we need to think how it could be sustainable in the future. Although there are competition among themselves, there are competition with the banks. They have to compete with the banks and financial institutions. Those areas are there, but still we need to think a different model, a new model, how we can reach to the ultra poor and how we can reach to the poorer people, poorer segment people, how we can reach to the poverty level, so that the global mission of upgrading the rural population is reached. And I think the microfinance can play a best role in this regard if we are very much plan, if we are very much eager to do, rather than putting it in the commercial mode to a social mode. That is what it is very much needed in the current scenario in case of Nepal. In Nepal now, microfinance are in the process of merging together so that they become strong enough in the future. I think this is what I have to say. Thank you very much, Dr. Jubair, for giving this opportunity. My colleagues are there, my team are there. They are able to share about the microfinance. I would say that in total, microfinance in Nepal is highly driven by the profitability rather than the social mission. This is getting dripped away right now, and this is the problem that the central banker and other community they are facing right now. Although yes, microfinance is dealing with the poorer people. They are dealing with the women, mainly the women. Around 97% are women who are being served. Although they are generating profit, although the non-performing loan is not that high, around 2%, still the mindset of the people who are engaged in the microfinance, their mindset is toward the commercializations. So we need to think deeply how we can revert this back to the social mission, so that the poorer segment of the people are reached and their life is uplifted. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much again. And it was a great pleasure this morning that Aslin has done MOU with you. We look forward to working with you together in the future. Hopefully, inshallah, if bless us, we will be meeting you soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Binud, for such a wonderful explanation. Now I request to Brother Abdul Qadir Radwan as well to join us as a stage and being the chair of this session, please. So, Brother Paul, I have one question with you. Mercy Corp is, I know very well, they are working in many countries and for the development of microfinance, agriculture finance, and other social intervention in different countries. You have, Mercy Corp have a very good experience to have an Islamic microfinance product in Ethiopia as well. And they are trying to replicate a similar thing to different countries. So what do you think, what is the need of Islamic microfinance product in Uganda? And what is the vision for the Mercy Corp to introduce Islamic microfinance product for financial inclusion and social development?
Yeah, thank you very much. In Mexico, just to reiterate what you've said, we're in more than 40 countries. Mexico is a global development agency, and we believe a better world is possible through partnership and through working in humanitarian and development sector. In Mexico, Uganda, we have a national financial inclusion strategy, which focuses on different pillars for financial inclusion, and amongst them being payments, access to savings, access to credit, insurance, and other types of financial services, including possibility for investment or just savings for investment for poor people. So in Uganda, Mexico is currently in partnership with Equity Bank. Equity Bank is one of the largest microfinance banks in Eastern Central Africa. It's currently, I think, #1 bank in East Africa by balance sheet and by customer numbers. So what we are doing, we've partnered in an agriculture finance program, which is funded by the UK government. The program is managed by Mexico. And what we are doing, we're providing a risk sharing facility known as an RSF to enable Equity Bank to de-risk lending, or basically improve its risk appetite towards lending in agriculture. We are focusing on that area of Uganda that has been prone to civil war, that is the north, and Karamoja region, which is basically towards the drier and less productive areas of the country. So in our strategy, what we are doing, we're using risk-sharing instruments to support private sector to build agriculture finance solutions that are targeted at the poor for financial inclusion, and financial inclusion not being an end by itself, but financial inclusion being used as a mechanism towards getting people out of poverty.
True, true.
So what Mexico is doing We're also looking at, so I lead a program known as New Tech in Uganda. I'm the lead for financial services. And New Tech is working now with this bank to provide agriculture finance. We are reaching over 135,000 smallholder farmers through access to about $7.5 million worth of lending in the last 3 years.
Excellent.
So what we're looking to do into the future is bring on board Masico's AgriFin programming, which basically is digital services for smallholders. And what are these digital services? We partner with banks like Equity or with telecommunication companies. Like in Kenya, we are partnering with Safaricom on a program known as DigiFarm.
Okay.
In Ethiopia, we are partnering with, the Masico is partnering with the Agriculture Transformation Agency to support them to build their digital strategy and data strategy to help ATA reach its over 6 million farmers who are already on their platforms. Yeah, so Masico has just gotten into partnership with a global private foundation to develop digital services for smallholders in select countries in Africa and in India. The countries in Africa are Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, where we sit, and Nigeria. And these digital services include digital savings, because we believe before you borrow, you should have the discipline to save. Digital savings, digital credit, that is small credit services targeted at poor people, and digital payments, as well as digital insurance. So, but one of the biggest issues we see in our financial inclusion strategy is just that financial literacy, just understanding the need for poor people to understand the need to save.
Yes.
And also for them to have the digital literacy, even how to use these digital tools that we're talking about. The reason we're talking about digital is we heard earlier from a presenter here that over 80% of our populations already have the mobile phone.
Yeah.
It may not be a smartphone, even a small feature phone.
Yes. True.
So, and studies have been done, led by global agency. I've had CIBE being mentioned here and others. And I've found that digital can be used as a mechanism to scale, to provide access to finance to multiple or multitudes of millions of people in Africa. So we are using this technology, digital, to see how we can be able to reach as many smallholders as possible. But how we will do it is, one, financial literacy, digital literacy, and providing relevant and innovative solutions for these poor people.
Yes.
Yeah? So Masico so far has reached over 5 million people in the 3 core countries of East Africa through digital technologies. And we're looking to expand that into Uganda.
Okay.
Focusing on smallholder farmers, seeing how we can partner with banks like the one we're already working with financial technology companies, like some of them have been mentioned or were presented earlier today.
Yes.
As well as even other innovative people, even telecommunication companies that we can work with to design solutions targeted at poor people. So whether it's Islamic, using Islamic finance models, whether we are talking about agriculture finance for assets. I know in Islamic finance, you have different products that speak to asset ownership or asset finance with Murabaha, with and also Takaful with insurance as mechanisms to be able to de-risk or create resilience for smallholder farmers across the continent. So there are various mechanisms we are talking about, and we are already in partnership with a number. One, my parting shot is this. For us in Uganda, one of the biggest issues that I see facing our smallholders, if we're truly going to make an impact in Africa or in Uganda particularly, is a change in weather.
Yes.
People use big words, climate change and all that, but I'll tell you, for the last 3 years that my program has been running in Uganda, we faced weather issues every year from our borrowers. 2019, excess rainfall in northern Uganda. Excess, season 1, season 2. We had people we gave money to produce. They went to the gardens, produced food, they were ready to sell. Some of them lost that produce during transportation. Some of the trucks got stuck because of poor roads. We've also seen others losing their entire crop because of excess rain. This season, in 2021, we've had 2 seasons. Uganda is so blessed agroecologically, but with the variability in weather, we've seen delayed rainfall in season 1 and delayed rainfall again in season 2. So what has happened? People borrow, they buy seeds and fertilizer, and it doesn't produce.
Yes. If
So
you-
climate
Mhm.
variability is the biggest issue. So how can we use, my challenge here to everyone is, we're talking about Islamic finance. There's
Mm.
products like takaful and insurance.
Mm.
How can we use the challenge and the opportunity I see as a presenter and also as a participant hearing from people
Mhm.
is that how can we use this kind of products to be able to help our farmers improve their resilience, use
Mhm.
takaful and other products to be able to help them cope with weather changes that they're
True,
experiencing
yes,
at the
yes.
smallholder farm. Thank you.
Mhm, yes, I have a supplementary question with you. Probably you know, 4 years before, the Ugandan Parliament passed Islamic banking law, and couple of Islamic conventional bank, they are trying to have a Islamic banking operation in Uganda, and we are very much optimistic to have a very good future of Islamic banking in Uganda as well. So what do you think, how that Islamic banking legislation will support Islamic microfinance in Uganda as well?
Yeah, so for Uganda right now, we don't have a pure Islamic bank.
Yes.
And the way, based on, you're the experts in Islamic finance, from what we've seen in the neighboring countries like Kenya, is that we can have banks introducing a window
Yes.
for Islamic finance.
Yes, true.
And so policy is a critical enabler
Mhm,
for
mhm.
allowing Islamic finance to take root into the country. We may not have a huge Muslim population, but as you told us earlier from your experience in South Africa, with 2% population Muslim, but a pretty high ratio of the Islamic bank
Non-Muslims.
in terms of access. So it's a principle of Islamic finance that perhaps policymakers need to well understand in
Yes.
terms of even how they view beyond the profit element.
Mhm,
And
mhm.
I like some of the principles, including zakat, and the fact that Islamic finance looks at not only how the finance is being given to the provider, but also how the provider himself or the borrower actually contributes to alleviation of poverty by contributing or by donating towards reduction of poverty. So in Uganda, I think policy will be the critical enabler, given we don't have a high Muslim population. But having said that, I think having the right institutions to come on board and maybe provide risk-sharing mechanisms so that it can encourage the financial institutions we have in the country, first of all, to just build the products, open those windows for Islamic finance, but also be able to support even in terms of assessment and removing from the conventional banking to a model that is acceptable under Islamic finance. Perhaps to me, beyond just policy, is from what I've seen in other countries, is also the scholars. How will we have a board that we had a mufti here earlier today
Yes.
who was moderating? So how will the institutions in Uganda, for example, be able to do, even with policy, but how will you enable an institution that is already existing and doing commercial lending under
Yes.
traditional terms
Mhm.
without those scholars, those Islamic scholars who are going to help the thinking, maybe borrowing from experiences in Asia, in Malaysia, and other places like Pakistan, could be something that maybe this conference could be an enabler of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm very much happy to share that Mercy Corps have a very good program in Ethiopia. By the way, Mercy Corps is a international multilateral organization funded by UK and US governments and with many other international funding agencies, and have operation in more than 40 countries. So whatever experience they had in Ethiopia, I visited their office last year and I met with the program director in Addis Ababa. And I'm very much happy that they provide Islamic microfinance to Afar region, mostly the Muslim dominated area of the Ethiopia, and the impact assessment of that program, because whatever Islamic or conventional microfinance program we have, we should have an impact assessment, that what is the impact of that program in the lives of the poor, either that those poor are graduated or not. If they are not graduated, it means that program do not have a good impact. But the impact assessment report of that program is very good. Congratulations for it.
Thank you. very much.
So now we are talking about Africa. We have Brother Radwan from Ethiopia. And Ethiopia is a country which have more than 100 million population. Among them, about 50% are Muslim, and they are very much practicing Muslim people. And right now, if I'm not wrong, in Ethiopia, you have 11 interest-free bank as a window operation, and then you have a 2 full-fledged bank who's operating over there. I would like to listen from you that how the Abyssinia Bank is offering Islamic banking product, and what is the impact of those products in your clients, especially at microfinance level. And I also want to rectify that we mentioned his name as an interest-free banking. Might be you have a question in your mind that why not Islamic banking? Basically, if we see all over the world, Islamic banking have a different name in different regions. In UAE, in Pakistan, in Malaysia, which are Muslim-dominated populated countries, we say Islamic banking, very good. But a country like Ethiopia, country like Nigeria, where Muslims and non-Muslim brothers and sisters living together. So that is the strategies of the country to have a name in a such type that Islamic banking will be available for non-Muslims as well. So if you see in Ethiopia, that is Islamic banking is called interest-free banking, as we mentioned with the name of Brother Rizwan. In Nigeria, that is called non-interest banking. In Cameroon, that is called specialized banking. In Turkey, that is called Catalan banking, which means participatory banking. In Europe, sometimes that is called the ethical banking. And in some country, that is the regulation. Nobody can put the name of Islamic with the bank, like Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, you will not find any bank with the name of Islamic bank. They said, yet Adraji is the largest Islamic bank over there. The name is Adraji. So Islamic bank have a different name in different countries. But whatever is the back end principle and the regulations, accounting, structure, product, and the Sharia principle, they are the same. I want to rectify that why we mentioned the name of interest-free banking with your designation. So please.
Thank you, Zubair, for inviting me for this forum and providing me an opportunity to share experience of Islamic banking or interest-free bank. We call it interest-free banking in Ethiopia, and to share this experience with the audience. And thank you for the audience for attending this meeting as well. As you rightly mentioned, Ethiopia is a country of 110 million people, as you clearly stated. The population size is very huge, and there is a huge potential for interest-free banking. Around half of the population is Muslim, so the potential is huge. The business starts on window base, and there are not less than 70 banks offering this service on window base. And more recently, two full-fledged banks have joined the business, and they are completely focusing on interest-free market. Okay, I'm audible?
Yes.
Okay. Two full-fledged banks have recently joined, and they are exclusively offering this Islamic banking to this segment of the population. The business is growing, and the growth rate of the Islamic banking as compared to the conventional banking is quite good. But the growth is with a lot of limitations and challenges, and many challenges that we usually see on the global scale, on global level are also applicable to Ethiopia, and we are facing those challenges as well now. And just to mention a few of them, the awareness, customer awareness about the product, and regulatory challenge, availability of skilled and well-trained professionals, availability of those individuals who have adequate exposure on Islamic banking, and most in particularly on Sharia issues, are one of the critical items that have limited the growth of the business so far. and yet banks are nowadays are giving strong emphasis to the business because that the opportunity that they get from this area is growing, and in some of banks, the share of this segment of the business